Hey, welcome back, everybody. How y'all doing? Just rattling off some names here. What is this? Dismiss. Just rattling off some names here. Hey Hannah. Hey Senalava. Hey MSD. Hey Alpha Tim. Hey Yuki Sunsets. Hey Lorelei. Hey Choof. Hey Arlask. Hey Deus. Welcome back. Hope you guys are having a good Thursday. Amazing new video. Oh, you reminded me. I have to update the exclamation mark video vid command on Nightbot because now I have a new video up. Where's the command? So, dudes. Okay. Command should be updated now. So yeah, in case you guys haven't checked it, I did put out a new YouTube video today. Basically me just talking about my honest thoughts on Z3. So, if you haven't watched it, go check it out. This team looks like Infinite Exploration with two animos. Yeah, I know, right? My true exploration team is like Yelan, Wanderer, Kazuha, and like I guess a healer of some kind. Usually I run usually I run Kokomi because she's a hydro healer, and because I have Kazuha on there and Yelan on the same team. Might as well just run Kokomi, so that way Kokomi can throw out her jellyfish, and then Kazuha can swirl that shit. And then buff Yelan's hydro damage, and Yelan just kind of blows everybody up with hydro damage. So that would be my usual exploration team. But yeah, right now I kind of want to use Mualani, even though I have no idea how to use her. But she's cute, and that's all that really matters. That's all I really fucking care about, so. This game became boring for you, mate. Just want to continue playing it, but you can't even reach 10 minutes without being bored. Then this game ain't for you, man. If this game gets boring to you in 10 minutes, then this game is not for you. There's no shame in saying that you don't like this game. At least if I were you, I'd just drop this game. If you're not having fun with a video game, then why are you still trying to force yourself to play it, you know? But that's just, you know, that's just my take on that. No constellations. My Yelan, she's C6. C6 Yelan is one of the most broken characters in the game. At least in my opinion. But you probably didn't need me to tell you that. Sometimes doing dailies is enough, yeah. Sure. However you want to play, however much you want to play a game, if that's what you're comfortable with, then yeah, just go for it. Nah, mate, you have 700 hours, but you can say that you had enough after. Can't even read my chat 'cause part of my main monitor is blocking it. After finishing mostly everything, and yes, you can say that you need a break for a few months. Yeah, that's what my chats. Some people in my chat have already described your situation perfectly. Then, if it's not a situation of this game just not being it for you, then you've already played this game for a pretty long time, 700 hours, if your word is to be trusted. Then in that case, that's just called burnout. That's just a very natural thing to happen for people who play gachas. For most people anyway, not named me. Yeah, that just sounds like burnout, to be honest with you. Also, I do want to add that, like, given how much there is to, like, technically do in this game, I don't know if I mean, 700 hours is a lot of time, don't get me wrong, but, like, are you sure you've done everything in the game? Because, like, when most people say they've quote-unquote run out of things to do in this game, they usually haven't. Like, maybe you have, I don't know. Obviously, there's no way for me to fucking look at your account to see if you're telling the truth or not. But usually, there's always at least something you can do in Genshin to, like, I don't know, get more Primo Gems or do more story completion or finish 100% all the regions in the game or something like that. I don't know. Maybe you have done everything that the game has to offer already. But, you know, most of the time, whenever I have people come along my chat and, you know, complain about how, oh, they're getting bored of this game or they're getting burnt out, you know, it's usually not the case. There's always something you can do. Obviously, some content maybe you don't enjoy doing as much, so you'd rather not do it, which is fair. But I mean, if that's the case, then technically you haven't done everything in the game yet now, have you? Or technically you still have content left to do in the game, is how I should phrase it. Is that any Hydra? No. God, why is this ley line still up here in the middle of fucking nowhere? God, this is the one ley line spot that I hate the most, because the way to the main path to get up here is so fucking annoying to take. Holy fucking shit. God, that ley line location is ass. Hey Zara, welcome back, man. How we doing? I'm doing all right. Hey, one coffee, please. Welcome back. How am I doing today? I'm doing alright. At least for now. JPVA on Kazuo fits him really well. Yep. Kazuo's Japanese voice actor is quite famous. He has some very prominent roles from a couple other gachas that I play. So it's good to see him have a voice in this game. Yeah, but it's not fun, so... Well, yeah, I understand that. But still, even if this game has content that you don't quite enjoy, it's still content that the game offers. So, as long as you leave that content unfinished, like, as long as you never do that content, technically you can never use the argument of, oh, I've done all the content in the game now, can you? Now, if you were to say, all the content that I enjoy doing, I've already finished it all, then sure, that's... If you're gonna go that far to specify, then sure, very well. Can't really say anything about that. It's just that me having played this game for the past 4 years, and me having played this game for far more than most people, I know for a fact that this game has a shit ton of content, especially with what, 4 years of content, 4 years of like live service development under its belt. So like anytime I hear anyone say like they've quote unquote run out of content to do, I just kind of take their words with a grain of salt, you know. It's like, oh, have you really? Hey Corinthians, hey Glory, hey Muhammad, welcome back everybody from YouTube chat. You read the books in the game archive once? There's always something to do. True. But you know, Gen Z and Gen Alpha don't really know what reading books means now, do they? You'd like to know how you define a free-to-play versus a pay-to-win game? Oh, it's funny you asked that, because I actually have a video that I've got lined up that I want to release on my YouTube channel probably sometime next week, hopefully. Or maybe 2 weeks from now, depending on what my YouTube upload schedule will look like. But I actually did make a video that kind of talks about that. Yeah, it gets surprisingly close to talking about your question there. How I define a free-to-play versus a pay-to-win game. I mean, is that how I should word it properly? I mean, a game can be pay-to-win, but can a game be free-to-play? Well, yeah, obviously games can be free-to-play. I suppose the better way to put that is a free-to-play friendly gacha game. Let me summarize it for you. Let me summarize that for you, because I talk about that pretty extensively in a YouTube video that I made, and I will probably be releasing either next week or next week. In short, if you want a gacha game to be free to play friendly, that gacha game needs to allow you, or just any player, right? Any player, and that includes obviously the free-to-play players, the people who don't pay for any, spend money on on the on said game. Um, a gacha game must allow all its players to go through its main content in its entirety, and not significantly what's the word I'm looking for here? Hinder their progress by way of microtransactions. Now that I think about it, I probably should have put that in I should probably put that line in the video too. And what I would consider main content for gacha games are, one, its story, and two, its limited time events. Yeah, those two things mainly. Story, because obviously the story or the campaign of any gacha game should be like one of its main draws. Like for casual player, actually it's not even just for casual players. For all kinds of players, right? All across the spectrum of players. It's in your best interest as a gacha developer to make your gacha story as interesting as possible. Right? Because without a story, then it's just a mindless fucking RPG where you just kind of run around with Coomer-ass characters and you don't do much else. Right? You have to have a story that ties in everything together, that gives you context for why you're even playing this game to begin with. Right? So the story has to be good. The story has to be, or at least compelling enough. Maybe it doesn't have to be good. I mean, look at MiHoYo games. But the story content needs to be as readily accessible as possible. Which, as much as I shit on the quality of MiHoYo games' stories, their story content is perfect. Because you can go through the story content for all the MiHoYo games just fine. And it's intentionally designed that way because MiHoYo fully knows that most of the people who play at the games are, fucking filthy casuals. And, making your story really, really hard is going to fucking filter out a lot of those people. And as funny as it would be for them to do that, and for us hardcore players just kick our feet back and point at the filthy casuals across the screen, across social media, and call them filthy casuals, that's gonna force that's gonna compel a lot of casuals just drop these kinds of games, because the story is the most readily accessible content. If they can't do that, then there's no point for them to keep playing, And as funny as that would be, I don't think they should be penalized for not being a hardcore player and fucking grinding gacha games day in, day out and not be able to do story. I think that story should be open and doable to everyone. Now, I think the incidents we had with Genshin where the filthy casuals fucking bitched about how the fucking Tartaglia weekly boss fight from like 3 years ago was too hard. Or like, what was the most recent boss fight that they had to nerf in Genshin again? I forget which one it was. I know it happened. We had another incident of casuals bitching about how Genshin boss fight somewhere was quote unquote too hard. That's going a little too far, cause like, I'm not. Maybe I'm just way too fucking hardcore in playing gacha games. I just would never understand. But like. No, I actually was it for this game? I know that in Star Rail they had to nerf the Aventurine boss fight because people bitched about that because what are mechanics? I know that like I said earlier, I know that they did it once for Genshin already with the Tartaglia boss fight. Maybe I was confusing Genshin for Star Rail. Maybe that's why. Whatever the case, the incidents like that I think is going too far. Those are just fucking, like, if you can't do a fucking weekly, if you can't do the Tartaglia boss fight, then, like, play the game a little bit more, Playing Genshin a little bit more couldn't hurt. So yeah, story needs to be doable. And, limited time events also must be doable. right? Because they are limited time events. Because those kinds of events don't stick around forever. Again, limited time. You cannot make them too hard, or you can't. Ideally, you don't want to gate them behind like absurd layers of fucking story that you have to go through first before you can even start the event. Echio, Star Rail. Or I guess has Genshin ever story locked their major events? I forget if they have. Maybe they haven't. Maybe they have. I don't know. I forget. You never understood why people bitched about Zhongli being weak? Oh, because people are too fucking gaslit by YouTube content creators or just and streamers alike. Just gacha content creators in general who fucking proliferate the idea that if the next upcoming character isn't absurdly busted, then they're fucking underpowered as fuck and need a buff. Zhongli in particular because he's supposed to be the god of Teyvat, China. So you had a lot of fucking little pinks over in mainland China bitch about that and fucking, complain that MiHoYo wasn't being patriotic enough. So a big part of the blame should be put on them in particular. But yeah, as long as a gacha game allows you to go through all of its story and do all of its limited time events without much hassle, right? Then I would consider, and you can do all that without having to spend money. Then that's a free to play. That's a free to play friendly gacha game. As long as you can do all the main content that a gacha game offers, then without having to spend any money at all, then that's what I would classify. That's like the baseline of what I would call a free-to-play friendly game. And anything else a gacha game may or may not do to like cater more to its players is just kind of like bonus brownie points or something, like icing on the cake. But story, limited time events, as long as you can do those without spending money, you're good. I think MiHoYo games have like the most gated limited events. Even Z3 does it. I mean, I'm not surprised. Because like the reason why gacha devs do that shit in the first place is to compel people to play their games more. And the more time that people have to play a gacha game, on average, the more likely they're willing to spend money on it, So, same reason why MiHoYo doesn't put a skip button in Genshin and Star Rail, because they want to force people to read the story, and therefore they have no choice but to get invested into the story. Hey, KS Lord, welcome back, man. How you doing? Can't even play Fontaine because you need higher AR. Really, I thought I thought the game just gave you a straight up teleporter to like right here. Like they give you this teleporter for free, don't they? Like at least I think you should be able to at least enter Fontaine. Maybe you can't do the Archon quest, perhaps, but you can at least explore around Fontaine, right? Or something like that. Or maybe because like if they didn't let you enter Fontaine at all, then what would be the point of giving you this teleporter unlocked right away? Or maybe you can't even access a teleporter yet because you're not high enough AR level. I don't know. You'd imagine Azure Lane would be in that discussion for most free-to-play friendly? Yes, absolutely. Azure Lane is one of the few gacha games in existence, I would argue, that at least on paper, you can theoretically obtain every single character in the game as a free-to-play. Theoretically. Unfortunately, it's only theoretically because Azure Lane being an old-school gacha game, one of its old school gacha features is that it has an actual fucking inventory limit, as in there is a limit to how many characters you can have, which for most new school gacha players is a very foreign concept because these days gacha games let you have any number of characters, right? There's no like like an inventory for your characters isn't really a thing, right? Like as long as you roll the character, as long as you obtain a character somehow, you just have them. And it's all you need to worry about. Oh my god, I gotta buy more inventory space for my fucking characters. Now the trade-off for that is that most new school gacha games do not allow you to have multiple copies of the same character. That's the trade-off. Because in old school gacha games, a lot of those older gachas do allow you to have multiple copies of the same character. Now, how useful that is depends on the game, right? In FGO, it's not that useful outside of like certain like supportless shenanigans. In Girls Frontline 1, having dupes is actually like at one point it was like extremely important because Girls Frontline is super meta heavy. Like you follow the meta or you fucking die. And consider you could field up to like 10 different teams on one map at the same time. And the game allows you to bring multiple copies of the same character or the same unit as long as you just have them in different teams. Oh yeah, and Girls Frontline having dupes of the same character is extremely powerful. Right? Fucking top ranking players fucking have a P22 for every single fucking team that they have. I don't know if P22 is still top tiers these days. I haven't played Girls Frontline like almost going on a year now, but like that's an actual thing that you almost have to do in Girls Frontline. Almost. Azure Lane's you can do it. Like for example, I have 2 Shimikazes in Azure Lane, and if I want to go, blast through hard mode or some shit. Or like an event special node, event SP node, then yeah, I'll run double Shimikaze on both my fleets, 1 Shimikaze for each. Best destroyer in the game. So if you can have 2 of them, 1 for each side, 1 for each fleet, then shit, man, here we go. Do you think a gacha can have too many characters? Not really, no. Not really, no. Yeah. Now, what I will say is that even though on paper, like the problem of having too many characters for a gacha is not really a thing. Like some of the gachas that I play, I'm thinking of Azure Lane here. Azure Lane has over 700 characters, something like that. Actually, I have my Azure Lane fucking window up right now. Let me put it up here. Also, The Prodigy 205, thanks so much for the resub, man. Greatly appreciated. So, let's see here. Let me pull this up. How do I look at... Ever since we got the UI revamp, I don't know where to go to look at different shit. I think it's a Memento? Yeah, archives. So if you look up here at the ships unlocked category, or the tab up here, currently this game has over 770 separate characters. 772 different characters, like separate unique characters. Now, admittedly, a good portion of a lot of these characters are like different alternate versions of like one base unit, but like in terms of characters that you can acquire and the game considers them a different unit, there are over 770, at least for this game. Compare that to Genshin, and in this game we have Genshin only has like 100 maybe. And the people who play this game's called Azure Lane, by the way. No one's really complaining about how this game has too many characters, right? And the reason why that's not really a problem that gacha games have is because gacha games are hero collector type games, right? The whole point is for you to acquire more characters. So that's why it's not really an issue. Because like if that were an issue, then why are you playing gacha games in the first place? Not even 100. We have less than that. Shit, bro. We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. Maybe by next year or something. I don't know. What I will say, however, is that obviously the more characters you have in a gacha, the more characters that will just simply go ignored, right? You cannot possibly a dev team unless I guess unless you're MiHoYo or like you're another like big enough dev team, you cannot possibly give all your characters like equal like attention and like flesh them out as characters, blah 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 blah. Like developers will just naturally have their biases. They will give some characters more attention than others. I mean that happens in any gacha game, right? So imagine Azure Lane where that game has over 700. Like, you know for a fact that most of the characters in Azure Lane just, the devs simply do not have the resources or the mental or the physical bandwidth to support them after after they're released. So that's sort of the danger there. And if a big name gacha developer such as MiHoYo were to do something like that, then you'd have a much more prominent like discussion on social media about how MiHoYo isn't giving enough attention to so and so character. I mean, matter of fact, people already bitch about that. You know, oh, you know, MiHoYo hates Shinyan, or like, who the fuck is Shinyan, or you know, fucking Alloy who, right? Like there are even in Genshin Impact where where this is one of those games where, you know, there's not as many characters compared to some other gachas out there. Even in games like these, you'll still have people bitching about how the developers aren't paying enough attention to, you know, so and so character. So imagine if MiHoYo were to start putting in like throwing like fucking dozens of characters at us per year, right? Holy fucking shit. Would that problem just exponentially amplify? Like, that would be that's what I would be more worried about, rather than like, oh, just the mere fact that a gacha has a lot of characters. Like a gacha having a lot of characters isn't the problem. It's do your developers have what it takes to support all of them, or at least a good number of them? And the unfortunate truth is that most developers just can't. Either because they don't want to, or in more cases than not, they physically can't. There are some misinterpretations of the situation at hand. Oh, I think you weren't talking to me. You're talking to somebody else. Okay. Don't mind me. In most cases, if you're a new player in gacha, just go for new characters. As in most cases, they power creep older characters. Again, with the power creep bullshit. I would say it depends on the game. As a general rule of thumb, if you're talking about new school gacha games, basically as a broad threshold, any gacha game that came out in the year of 2020 or later, I don't think that's something I don't personally consider that to be a good enough piece of advice for new players in gacha. Like, gacha games these days are not so difficult where you have to roll for the new characters. I mean, yeah, they're nice to have, sure, to have the newest and fanciest toys. The latest and greatest characters at your disposal, sure, that's cool and all. But for most new school gacha games, like, the older characters can still get the job done. Like, unless you're planning to like go all the way with a gacha game's content, right? Oh, if you want to try to 36-star Abyss as quickly as possible or some bullshit like that. Like full clear MOC 12 as soon as you can, you know? Max clear a tower of adversity over in Wuthering Waves or some shit like that. Unless you're trying to do something like that, then no. I'm hesitant to tell new players to just roll new characters, man. And even if we have a situation where, oh yeah, a new character is so absurdly powerful that yeah, it's in your best interest to try to roll for them no matter the cost, right? No matter what it takes. In a lot of gacha games these days, if you do plan on doing the end game content eventually, you'll notice that a lot of these new gacha games, you'll notice that the end game content for a lot of these new recent gacha games, kind of force you to build multiple teams, right? Genshin does that with Spiral Abyss. Oh, you gotta take 2 teams for Spiral Abyss 9 through 12. MOC does, Star Rail does that with MOC, and even Pure Fiction too, and even what is it? Apocalyptic Shadow. All 3 of its end game modes, you need 2 teams, right? Fucking Wuthering Waves does that. Z3 does that. Ether Gazer does that. Snowbreak does that. Like, what's a new school gacha that doesn't have you do that? Because they all got influenced by Genshin in some way, shape, or form. So, no fucking surprise. So, because of that, and because of the fact that, again, new school gachas don't allow you to take multiple copies of the same character, which you can do in older gacha games, like I said earlier. Even if there are newer characters that do the job of older characters but better, older characters still have a role because the utility or the functions that they perform are still very valuable. Because, again, you can't take Yelan, for example, into both sides of Spiral Abyss, right? Oh, Yelan's the better Xingqiu. Why would you ever use Xingqiu? Well, motherfucker, it's so that you can run Yelan on one side and Xingqiu on the other. Because they're still really broken characters at the end of the day. You still want to use them. Unless, of course, you're fucking insane and you run both Yelan and Xingqiu on the same team together. Which, I mean, at that point, all power to you. I assume your other team's already really fucking strong. Maybe you're like an aggravator spread team with Nahida or something. So obviously at that point you don't really need Xingqiu or Yelan on that kind of a team to begin with. Like redundancy in gacha games is still very important. And like whenever people bitch about power creep, everybody seems to forget that. Because you never know. You never know when you might be in a situation where you think to yourself, man, it would have been really good if I had this other character that does a very similar thing in this other team, because that would make my life so much easier here. To be fair, MiHoYo games aren't that difficult where you would have to think that to yourself most of the time. So most of the time, if you just get the newest character, that's usually good enough, to be fair. But like, hey, I mean, in Z3, that new ambush game mode, I believe the last ambush node, like ambush 5, I think it was, both sides are weak to both fire and physical, right? So it's like, oh, cool. All right, well, I have Jane Doe and Bernice. Guess what? I can only use both of them in one side each. Oh, what's that? You don't have more physical characters, and you can go fuck yourself. Oh, what's that? Jane Doe is just a better Piper? Well, guess what, buddy? If you don't have Piper leveled up, ain't no way you're doing the other side. If you're relying on another physical anomaly character. Maybe I hope you have Nekomata, or I hope your Billy's leveled up. So yeah, I don't really buy the whole power creep thing. Never have, never will. Come back to me when MiHoYo starts putting in shit like, I don't know, ranking maps or some shit. Like competitive PvE or some shit with like leaderboards. Then we'll talk. You need 3 teams? Yeah, exactly. Wuthering Waves just cranks it up a notch too, yeah. Like, imagine my surprise when I finally got through Wuthering Waves and I finally managed to 12-star both of the left and right towers of TOA, the towers that reset. And I was like, oh, finally, I get to do the middle tower now, the hazard tower, I think it's called. And I click on it, I'm like, oh, wait, I need a 3rd team for this. possibly, potentially, even a 4th team. Oh, what's that? You don't have 4 teams? Go fuck yourself. So yeah, power creep LMAO. And not to mention, ideally your gacha game has to have some degree of power creep anyway. Because if your gacha game does not have power creep, nobody will ever want to fucking roll for a new character. At least not when it comes to MiHoYo games. Because we have too many fucking meta sluts who play MiHoYo games. Because power creep, as many opinions that people have about it, if you don't have power creep, then that means that there's no progress in the game. As far as, like, you know, the depth of its mechanics go. If you don't have at least, like, evolutionary steps in how strong characters are getting, what is the point of collecting new characters then, from, like, a strictly gameplay perspective? Because if your old characters can do the job of new characters just as well, if not better, okay, well, what is the point of playing gacha games again? Now, obviously, newer characters can't be too strong, otherwise that's a whole nother can of worms altogether, right? You have to hit this sweet spot of, like, making characters incrementally more powerful over time. You know, keep giving people just enough reason to roll for these new characters, because maybe they do something new, they do something something new and exciting. Maybe they do the jobs of older characters but better, right? So that way, if you're sick and tired of using, I don't know, fucking Xingqiu all day, back when, before Yelan was released, what's that? Yelan is coming out, she's basically a 5-star Xingqiu. Oh shit. Alright, let's roll for her. Now, ideally, right, even though I say that gacha games should have at least some degree of power creep, ideally, developers should also not forget about your older characters and also kind of buff them up too, right, to kind of at least bring them up to or at least near the level, the power levels of newer characters being released these days. But, MiHoYo clearly doesn't like doing that, so maybe another developer can come along that actually knows how to do that. Ether Gazer devs actually do that pretty well, where they buff older characters. But MiHoYo, whatever. Who the fuck is Xinyan? Dehya? Oh yeah, we developed her wrong on purpose. What a fucking joke. Huh, I'm actually kind of surprised Mualani has invul frames on her shark dash. It's kind of funny. Okay, how many lane lines was that? 10, okay. Cool, that's good enough. That's good enough. I can do another 10 tomorrow or something. Believe I already done this event? Yeah, I've already done that. And this, I think this event just came out today. Let's see. I think we just go in there and do it, right? So we don't have to actually go travel to a fucking physical location anywhere. Ugh. Man, this view is gorgeous. Problem is when it happens too fast. Yeah, it happens too fast or in too significant of bursts. Like if people notice that the power jump between one character and like the next character that comes out after him is way too fucking high. PGR does competitive rankings. Yes, I know. I'm aware. Quite a few of my gacha games do like competitive PvE in, you know, some way, shape, or form. Let's see, Girls Frontline does it. Azure Lane technically does it because they have PvP leaderboards. Let's see. Arknight surprisingly does not. Though the devs do keep statistics of, like, for example, contingency contract events and statistics and whatnot. Genshin does not. Blue Archive does. Yes, absolutely. Fuck that game. Nikkei does, right? Nikkei does with all their raids and shit, and also PvP leaderboards. Star Rail obviously does not. It's a MiHoYo game, so scratch that, obviously. Ether Gazer does actually. Ether Gazer actually does have some PvE competitive PvE leaderboards, surprisingly. Snowbreak does, right, with their neural simulation leaderboards and like other event leaderboards as well. Wuwo does not, understandably. And then Z3 does not, again, duh, MiHoYo. I think that's about it for the gachas I play. Yeah, so like some of my gachas do have PvE, like competitive PvE rankings. And like, yeah, if you if your game has like competitive PvE, then yeah, where like you're actually competing with other players on your same server for like additional rewards like gacha currency, then yeah, absolutely. At that point, yeah, of course, be a metal whore. Do what it takes. As long as it's legal, right? As long as you're not straight up fucking cheating. Like, you know, do fucking meta whore your ass out. Fuck it. Because at least in a competitive, even if it's just PvE, as long as it's a competitive setting where you're like directly competing with other players somehow, yeah, all right, go ahead. if you wanna sweat it out to like clinch like the top spots on the leaderboards or whatever, then sure, go for it, man. Knock yourself out. You notice a lot of newer gacha games paying streamers to play the game. You remember TOF being called the Genshin Killer, but it's nowhere to be seen. Yeah, because it turns out apparently TOF isn't that good of a game. And there's nothing wrong with, you know, developers or publishers, like, trying to market their game by, you know, advertising it via streamers or other content creators. I mean, that's what Genshin did back in the day. MiHoYo just literally just threw money into the Western content creation audience or the community, right? They just had anybody they just paid anybody who was willing to take a big fat stack of cash from MiHoYo to go play Genshin for like 2 or 3 hours, or however long their contracts were, or the terms of their sponsors were back in the day. Yeah, Genshin was the first one to do it, and that's just another kind of trend that MiHoYo has set in the gacha markets these days. These days, yeah. I mean, to be fair, like even if MiHoYo didn't do it for Genshin, eventually developers and publishers and like people who market shit for gacha games, eventually they'd realize that this is what they need to do in order to give their games the best chance that they can to survive. You know. To like last at all. Fuck Blue Archive, yes. Fuck their raids. Fuck Grand Assaults. Fuck their joint fire angels. Just fuck Blue Archive's gameplay sideways, bro. Oh, obligatory daily fuck Nexon. Glad Arknights doesn't, with the amount of elitist toxicity with PvP would be Genshin level. Maybe. I mean, hey, I'll only agree just because of how many people like to fucking backseat my ass whenever I play Arknights. PGR ranking doesn't give gacha currency. Even if it doesn't, the mere fact that you are potentially playing for like a leaderboard spot, like that is enough to get at least some people to like seriously compete. Because even if the leaderboards don't give you like gacha currency or anything like really that great in terms of rewards, at the very least what you do get are bragging rights. And hey, you don't need me to tell you how much people love fucking flexing on the internet, man. I mean, take it from me, the guy who literally calls himself the has the fucking audacity to call himself the literal god of gacha games. People, even if it's just for bragging rights, just for a guy to point at an in-game leaderboard and tell his friends over social media or some shit. Yeah, that's me. I did that, right? I'm number one. Sometimes that's all it takes, People just like to flex. What did Blue Archive do? If you stick around my streams for long enough, you'll hear me talk mad shit about Blue Archive's gameplay. I think Blue Archive is one of the best casual gacha games out there. It's got some of the best content from like a casual perspective. But as an actual game, fuck Blue Archive. That game is fucking dog shit. Typical fucking Korean video game, online video game dog shit slop. And surprise, surprise, it's published by Nexon. Fuck Nexon. Fuck Netmarble, fuck Nexon, fuck basically almost every other fucking big name Korean like publisher label out there. Fuck them all. Such fucking trash companies. The god of gambling games with jiggle physics. Hell yeah. My kind of gamba games. That's me. Rip Project KV. Not only just and reminder, not just Project KV, but remember how Nexon tried to shut down, tried to sue. What was that one? There was another game that Nexon tried to sue into the ground, right? It's that one dungeon, that one D&D-esque game, but it's like a first-person dungeon crawling, like almost Escape from Tarkov-ish game, even though it's it only looks like EFT. I forget. Yeah, Dark and Darker. Yeah, D&D. Yeah, this is exact initials. Yeah, Dark and Darker. Remember that time? Yeah, Nexon tried suing Dark and Darker into the ground. Thank God it didn't work. Too bad Project KV had to die for their sins. But like, yeah, hearing about Nexon suing Project KV out of existence, not surprising. It's Nexon. Fuck those assholes. D&D was an anomaly, though. Seems like Nexon is in the right for a change. Yeah, fuck them anyway. even if they actually are in the right for once, fuck them anyway. They get no fucking sympathy from me. I mean, you shouldn't be giving any company sympathy in the first place. But Nexon definitely ain't finding any from me. Even if they are right, fuck them. Yeah, exactly. Even if they're right, I don't feel sorry for them. Shift Up holds the entire Korean gacha scene on its back. Not quite. Not just Shift Up. Don't forget about Project Moon. Project Moon mentioned! Don't forget Limbus Company. Project Moon seems to be running a pretty tight ship over there. Obviously, Limbus Company isn't as well known as, say, Nika, I would imagine, because it's quite a niche and obscure gacha. But everything I hear about Limbus Company has been nothing but good, so can't forget about those boys. Is Yostar the JP version of Nexon? Not quite. I haven't heard of Yostar being as much of a corporate asshat as Nexon is. I mean, they're both publishers, if that counts. If that's a good enough similarity, or like a commonality that they both share. But like, calling Yostar the Japanese version of Nexon, I wouldn't go that far. Also, Yostar is Chinese, not Japanese. They're just headquartered out of Tokyo. Because based Yostar publishers and their devs didn't want to deal with the fucking CCP's bullshit anymore. So they relocated. But Yostar is Chinese. Like, if you follow VTubers, I don't know how many I don't know if you follow VTubers or not, but if you remember, the Hollow EN girls back like 2 years ago, back when Blue Archive first came out, the Hollow EN girls, not almost all of them, but like a lot of them, right, did Blue Archive sponsors. Like Gura even did a fucking English cover, or a cover of like a Christmas Blue Archive song, I think, right? Who was it? Who were the girls who did Blue Archive sponsors back in the day? Crony, Sana, I think Bay did a sponsor too. Fauna did a sponsor. Quite a few Hollow EN girls did Blue Archive sponsors. However, none of the Hollow JP girls did a Blue Archive sponsor. Even though you see every fucking, not every fucking Niji-Sanji JP VTuber, but quite a few JP Niji-Sanji VTubers play Blue Archive. Like every once in a while, I'll look over my YouTube subpage and I'll see Anja Katrina, I think is her name, fucking start gooning over the whoever the latest Blue Archive character is. Especially these days, because Kisaki just came out. Finally. Kisaki and Reijo. Finally out of NPC hell. But no Hollow JP VTuber ever did Blue Archive collabs. You want to know Blue Archive sponsors? You want to know why? It's because Yostar is the publisher of Blue Archive in Japan, and Yostar is Chinese. And I'm sure we all remember, if you guys are into VTubers at all, I'm sure you guys all remember the fucking West Taiwan incident. But the Hollow EN girls could do Blue Archive sponsors, because here in NA, or outside of Japan, Nexon handles the servers themselves directly. Just like how FGO, just like how Lazango handles the NA servers themselves directly, or almost directly. So that's why the Hollow EN girls are able to do Blue Archive sponsors, but not the JP girls. Which is unfortunate, but you know, that's how it is. Has the CCP done anything good? I mean, if you nitpick, I'm sure you'll find something. Let me know about those, though. That's how you feel about MiHoYo? Fuck them. You shouldn't feel good, or you shouldn't feel... Ideally, you shouldn't feel anything for any company. Like, sure, yeah, you can be fans of a company, but, to me, it makes no sense as to why you would fucking fanboy for a company. Like, maybe particular developers, right? Let's say if you're a big fan of, say... Who is MiHoYo's their like number one composer on their team before he left to go found his own studio and go do his own thing again? Yu Peng Chen, I think it was. The god Yu Peng Chen. The dude who wrote the first like a good portion of like Genshin's like first 3 years of musical score. That guy. If you want to be a fan of him, then sure, yeah, by all means. Because if you want to be a fan of a particular person, that's acceptable. Right? That's fine. But like, don't be like a fanboy or a fangirl of a company, right? Because they ain't gonna do anything for you, right? They don't even know who you are, little bro. You know. And besides, when it comes to like corporations or companies or like separate like entities that aren't people, right? Like those sorts of entities can like basically, at least on paper, do whatever they want, and technically they don't have to assume any responsibility for that. Whereas it's a lot harder for individuals, right? Individual people to like do something shitty or try to like dupe people and try to get away with it, especially if they get caught, right? You can hold individuals accountable. You can't really do that with companies, because who are you going to blame when it comes to a whole ass company, right? It depends. Not really, man. I already said earlier that you can be a fan of a company, you can admire what they do, right? You can respect their work, but, you know, I don't know if you should, like, go fucking overboard fucking fanboying or fangirling for them. And I say this, but in sports, people go crazy over their, respective, like, teams and brands and shit. But, I mean, hey, you know, that's... At the risk of sounding like a huge fucking asshole with an inflated ego, that's just typical plebeian behavior. Kind of reminds you, what I'm talking about kind of reminds you of like hardcore Pokemon fans. Yeah, sure. Whoever this applies to, really. Did you pre-reg for GFL2? Yes, I did, Chaos Lord. I'll be playing it when it comes out. December 5th or something like that. You're also the opinion that patriotism is dumb AF. Thankfully, that's only really a problem in mainland China. Because, you know, the CCP is a thing. Unfortunately for the rest of us. Like, unfortunately, that's not gonna go away. At least not anytime soon. Why did he leave again? I think he left just to do his own thing. I'm pretty sure he and Mihoyo parted ways on good terms. At least that's what I remember reading. Like, Mihoyo didn't, like, fire him or anything. I guess he just wanted to go, like, you know, pursue a different, like, you know, path in his music career. Go do something else. Go work on other things. December 3rd to 5th. Why is it like a range? Well, whenever it comes out, I'll be there playing it. Thankfully, you still have your Hollow Fleet and Azure Lane. Yeah. At least they didn't like fucking delete them. I actually kind of wonder if you're a Chinese Azure Lane player. And you were playing back when they did their Hololive collab. I wonder if Manju actually deleted the Hollow girls from the Chinese servers. Like, I would not be surprised if that's what they ended up doing. Limits is FGO if FGO actually had devs or if they had devs that actually cared about the game they work on. I'm sure Lazingle cares about FGO. I give them the benefit of the doubt that they're shackled by corpo interests because, you know, Lazingle is I believe Lazingle is a publicly traded company, right? They have like a whole ass board of directors and shit. Not only that, but Sony owns them, so Sony fucking guzzles most of the profits away. And also, I think Twitch chat, yesterday or so, told me that, or was it 2 days ago? Twitch chat told me that apparently, Lazingle actually they actually walked back, or they reverted the fucking NP8 or NP7 thing that they tried putting in with, like the last download campaign, because enough people bitched about that apparently. Thank God. And personally, that tells me that FGO didn't want to do something like that in the first place. So I'm assuming that was yet again another dumb shit corporate idea that Lazingle was forced to put into FGO. And then when they got a significant amount of backlash from the JP boys and girls, Lazinga was able to take that and go to their corporate overlords and be like, hey, look, this is proof our players don't want this, and corporate probably let them walk it back or whatever. That's just me guessing though. Obviously, I have no proof to back that up. Just going off a feel here, but that's what I like to think. Sony's the reason why FGO's never going anywhere. Yeah, exactly. Because like I would say that one of the big reasons why Genshin has been able to fucking, you know, explode in popularity in the way it has is because MiHoYo is the publisher and developer for the game. Like, they answer to nobody, right? So they can do whatever they want. Like, they don't have a fucking, you know, corporate overlord, you know, fucking holding them back. So yes, fuck Sony too. With Lazinga, at least the staff that we see whenever we get something cool, they do seem very passionate about it. I mean, yeah. I mean, fucking Kano Yoshiki is like the fucking NA server daddy, bro. Like, he's probably the dude who tries to get us all as many early quality of life shit that he can get away with giving us, you know? Like, developers, Lazinga did, and nobody from Lazinga needed to do what Kano Yoshiki does for NA, for the NA server. Fucking Shiokawa sure as fuck didn't do anything like that for us. When Kano Yoshiki actually introduced new appends, you could see the pain on his face. Like, I've always thought that the whole servant coin thing was really strange. Like, it didn't feel like what the Lightworks, or I guess now Lazinga, it didn't feel like something they would do normally. Because FGO up until the whole servant coin thing, FGO kind of always felt like, or at least Lazinga / the Lightworks, they always felt like they didn't want to be too like over the top with like how much people spent on their game, right? Like if that makes any sense, I don't know. Maybe that's just me projecting, but it always felt like Lazinga didn't want to make it obvious that, oh, like, this is the kind of shit that you can get away with the more you spend on our game, that sort of thing, right? And then boom, all of a sudden, well, which anniversary was it? Like 6th anniversary or something, 5th anniversary, whenever it was. Boom, like, oh, now this thing called servant coins exist. It's like, what? Where'd this come from? The fuck? They didn't actually revert. They just made us that it's you don't need to get MP8s anymore with by giving more coins for upgrades. Yeah, through they gave bond upgrade levels, or bond level upgrades rather. More, they made them give more servant coins. So it only fixed it in a halfway so that it fixed in a halfway old problem with coins for 80% of the players. Yeah. And we still don't have universal servant coins either, which, you know, so where's that? It's been fucking 3-4 years. However, how long has it been now? 3 years, I think? At least 3. 7th anniversary? Okay, well, maybe it hasn't been that long then. Maybe 2. Most of the buffs weren't even that good. They were definitely lazy. Like the A4, like giving everybody extra crit damage is like, well, okay, that's nice, I guess. Like, to be fair, I'm sure that's very useful for some servants. But like, oh, everybody just gets extra crit damage. Well, what if you're a servant that doesn't care about crit damage, motherfucker? What the fuck do we need that for, then? I mean, at least the A5s are at least a little bit creative. How does it work again? Like, the higher level your A5 is, the greater the cooldown for the first use of a servant's skills, or something like that. I mean, at least that's cool. At least that's somewhat out of the box. But, like, A3s are incredibly fucking boring, especially Berserker A3s. God, fuck that shit. Like, A3s, like, don't make sense for a lot of servants. Like, maybe some of them do, but, like, okay. Like, extra attacks, like, not everybody gives a shit about extra attack buffs off of their A1s. I mean, A2s obviously were the most important appends before, you know, the A4s and A5s came out. It's like, ugh. They were already prepared for the backlash. I wouldn't be surprised, man. Like, having people roll for MP6 was bad enough already. Like, now you want us to roll for 8 separate copies? Go fuck yourself. Yeah, and we still have 4-stars who are still stuck in fucking, you know, extra copy hell. Oh, what's that? You want a 120 triple append, or now fucking quintuple append? A 4-star? Yeah, good luck, buddy. I hope you have 10 fucking copies of them. Ugh. Isn't it lovely, chat, watching a gacha game that you absolutely love just get fucking torn to fucking bits? Just get fucking murdered slowly over the years as Sony fucking shoves another knife into the body of FGO. Oh, what's that? Our game has problems? Don't worry, we got a solution. Fucking duct tape that shit. Duct tape it. Pull out a knife. Duct tape the knife wound with the fucking summer air shield. That'll do it. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Devs have done some stupid things too. When devs do dumb things, unless like it was like intentionally fucking malicious, or maybe not intentionally malicious, or like so mind-numbingly malicious, right? Usually I don't. I'm hesitant to like put the blame onto the developers, because at least with like servant coins and appends and shit, like. We know who made those decisions, right? It's not really a debate. Though to be fair, the couple of times the NA server of FGO ended up getting harder Neurofest challenge quests, like that one King Hassan challenge quest. Yeah, those are kind of dumb. I don't know why they didn't just give us the same fucking King Hassan challenge quest that JP got, but whatever. Sony needs to recoup that Concord money? Yeah, clearly. What they lack in brain cells, they gotta make up for in dollar bills, I suppose. Yeah, Pretender Liz's A3 is anti-assassin. Like, what? What retard thought that was a good idea? So fucking stupid. Except for the coin shit, FGO is actually quite enjoyable. Yeah, exactly. Minus the fucking coin servant coin bullshit. Yeah, FGO is great. It's just, does it have a future? Or at least a future that I personally care about. Someone explain why monthly earnings of gacha games matters nowadays? I don't know. I assume it's another just fucking brain rot content creation circle jerk where gacha content creators have nothing else to talk about, so they resort to fucking bitching about and debating monthly cash earnings of or monthly sales or earnings of different gacha games, comparing them to each other, and you know, seeing what gacha games are quote unquote dying because again they have nothing better to fucking talk about. Daily reminder, chat, most of the gacha content creators you know do not deserve to be gacha content creators. Good earnings indicate that the game won't just EOS soon, I guess. That doesn't. The problem is that doesn't apply for some gachas. It doesn't apply for all of them. Like, yeah, sure. Some notorious examples would be like, I don't know, the Magia Record EN server. I want to say Preco EN also shut down because of a lack of sales. I would imagine that's why. I mean, it was managed by fucking Crunchyroll, so of course, what else would the reason have been? But like, there are some gacha games out there that don't really make that much money, but they're still chugging along just fine. Look at Girls Frontline 1. Yeah. Like, I would love to know if there's an actual reason why people talk about fucking monthly gacha earnings, monthly earnings for different gacha games. Because, yeah, I've seen other, gacha content, I've seen other gacha streamers, like, talk about that shit, too. Like, I'll randomly be lurking in, like, I don't know, Ruby stream, or I don't think so. I think Sweetly is too classy to not talk about fucking gacha earnings. But I know I've seen Ruby talk about it. I know I've seen, I'm assuming Fobmaster has done this himself too. Right. Point is, I'm sure a lot of gacha streamers out there like talking about that shit. So unless there's an actual fucking, like, good reason as to why, that I'm just not aware of, and I would love to know, I'm just gonna chalk it up to, dumb shit gacha content creator things. Because, yeah, we have nothing better to talk about. We're just farming engagement. My gacha game is better than your gacha game. Haha, suckers! Oh, dear God. Yeah, numbers go up! Line must go up! GFL 1 only needs to make sure to earn enough to pay Yuzhong so that he can actually write the end of GFL's story. Don't worry, he's too busy driving around in his Ferrari and taking plane trips down to Argentina. All the Hoyotards shitting on Wuwa, Nikkei, etc. Yeah. Actual fucking brainlets, bro. Almost bow before Uma Musume. Random ass fucking horse scroll game. Why the fuck is this? Why the fuck is this game about horse scrolls up at the top of the highest grossing gacha games this month? And why the fuck did they just make $30 million? The fuck? The fact that revenue rankings are an actual topic of interest might itself actually cause games to EOS. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I assume that like the actual developers and like publishers are a little bit smarter than caving to fucking public interest in fucking revenue chart comparisons. Cause like if developers of a certain gacha game or like the marketers or whatever come to the conclusion of EOSing a gacha just because they see fucking content creators and their viewers go to war over fucking dumb shit revenue charts, then maybe that gacha game does deserve to fucking EOS in the first place. If you got people that fucking dumb running that game, maybe it's in the best interest of that game and those players to fucking shut it down early anyway. Musume mentioned Ra. Oh, a kind reminder, chat, since as part of the subathon, you guys can force me to go play Musume at 3,500 subs. I don't think we're gonna hit that number, but you know, it's there. Lovely. FGO community is messy, but not Genshin levels of bullshit. Well, yeah, obviously. But I mean, you know, kind of hard to outdo MiHoYo when it comes to community drama, just given how big they are. Like for FGO to reach MiHoYo levels of fucking retard, we'd probably need to have like at least, I don't fucking know, a couple dozen Razor Ninjas, plushie mistresses, and real emeralds. FGO hasn't harassed artists off Twitter yet. Oh, NSCL, you either you forgot or you don't know about the incident where FGO players harassed Boudica's artist. Boudica, Netcha, any other servant that he did. You don't remember that, but you don't remember that one, do you? Or maybe you do, or you just forgot about it. Never fucking forget. Never fucking forget. The one where Melt had less. No, for Parvati, yeah. Square Brain remembers it. When Parvati came out, people were fucking pissed for, and I don't even know why. To this day, I don't know why the JP players were pissed that Boudica's artist did the art for Parvati. I guess they wanted somebody else, like Takuichi maybe. I don't fucking know. But like, yeah, they harassed that dude. They harassed that artist off Twitter for a little bit. From what I remember, they fucking told him shit, like, they fucking talked so much shit to him. Such as, I'm glad your dad died. Do we know who the harassers are? No, of course not. It's the internet. The wonderful blessings of anonymity. It's a truly wonderful thing to be able to say whatever the fuck you want on the internet and not really get punished for it. Oh, the things people do when there are no real repercussions for saying or doing shit on the internet. Lovely world we live in. They'll take a loud community than a silent one. Yeah, it's true, same. Because at least it's interesting. With the small slash silent community, you're not really gonna get anything. You're not doing anything with that. Maybe some people actually like that. If that's your cup of tea, if you'd rather take a like a smaller, like more quiet community, then sure. If that's your thing, then if that's your thing, go for it. But like typically with communities like that, they're not really gonna make too much content out of it, right? You still play Snowbreak? Yeah. You've been playing it, but you got bored of it? Yeah. To be honest, there's not really that much to do in Snowbreak. Just do events, you know, go through main story. Once you finish that, go through hard mode. Once you finish that, you know, you just start playing that roguelike game mode. I forget what its name was. Paradox Laboratory or whatever. I forget what it's called. And then you do your weekly neural sims and whatnot. At least it goes by pretty fast, like doing your dailies and shit. Imagine hating on the artist of Mama Boudica. Imagine hating Raita. Imagine being such a brainless fucking retard that you hate an artist just because they draw anime women with fucking huge grapefruit-sized tits. Well, grapefruits aren't really huge. Watermelon-sized tits. Oh, but his art style isn't anatomically correct. Buddy, why the fuck are you looking at anime art for anatomic correctness? Or anatomical accuracy? What the fuck? Are you actually fucking retarded? Tell me you're on the spectrum without telling me you're on the spectrum. Go fuck yourself. I want my anime art to be as anatomically correct as possible. Well, gee, I got the perfect place for you. It's called Twitter. I'm sure you'll enjoy the incoming deluge of AI art with that new with the announcement of those new Twitter guidelines. They play FGO, they're surely on the spectrum. I mean, all gacha players on the are on the spectrum, so yeah, I suppose I don't even bother. I need to bother asking that fucking question. How do you feel about Genshin's theater mode? Oh, you think that's fun, more interesting than Abyss? It is. I don't think it's perfect. Obviously, it is a nice attempt. It is a nice attempt by MiHoYo to do something a little different, at least. I mean, clearly they put a lot of effort into making it look good. But it's not perfect. I at least appreciate that it's a second endgame mode. It's a different kind of endgame mode that focuses on like a different aspect of endgame. Than what Spiral Abyss focuses on. Just glad Raita continues to double down on his style. To be fair, I think a lot of his detractors are Western. Because honestly, I hear more. I'm under the impression that it's mainly, or at least majority, foreigners who have a problem with Raita's art, and not necessarily the home Japanese players, you know? Like, I don't think I've ever seen an actual Japanese player on Twitter or something, like, openly bitch about Raita's art style. But like, I open up either the FGO Discord, the official Reddit Discord server, or the fucking Farmville server, and I bet you I don't need more than 5 minutes to scroll through a fucking chat, like a fucking chat log, and what do you know? Lo and behold, there's some dipshit shit talking Raita because he doesn't. I don't like the way he draws girls. Their tits are too big.
この世を渡り歩くにはより多くの身分を持った方が便利なの。君にもいくつか作ってあげようか。
Dudes are so underrated, which makes the whole situation of people bitching about Raita's art style even more baffling. Okay, we get it, motherfucker. You don't like Raita's big titty women. You do know that he can draw flatties and guys, right? Have you maybe perhaps considered appreciating those instead then? Instead of wasting all of our time fucking ear-warming our fucking brains out about how much you hate big titty women. Fucking hell, dude. Reddit Discord server? Well, there's your problem right there. Yeah, to be fair, you're not wrong. Feel like a lot of people who bitch about big titty women have never been around me. Honestly, it's not even a matter of whether or not you've been around a lot of women or not. I mean, look at me. Do I look like somebody who's around a lot of fucking females to you in real life? Shut up, phone. Like, I don't feel a need to fucking shit talk a particular type of, a particular body type or whatever. Not most of the time, anyway. Yes? Maybe they're digital. Sure. Big titty dudes. Hey! Sakata Kintoki, where you at? Z3 needs to give us an equivalent of Ellen Nips, but with male bulge. Maybe they'll do it. Maybe they'll try to get away with maybe they'll do something to try to get away with it. People acting like short women don't exist. My favorite is when Twitter moralists call petite women lollies. That's one of my all-time favorites. Do you like Azure Lane's dynamic skins, or do you prefer they stick to full live 2Ds? I mean, obviously, I would prefer them to stick to full live 2Ds, but I understand that clearly there must be reasons why they can't just make every one of their animated skins full live 2D. Like, I'm not one to judge like Manju for why they can't make all of their skins live 2D. Like, I'm not a game developer. I don't understand how difficult it is or not to, make skins and put them out on a, release them on a timely basis. Like, I assume that it takes them a lot of resources and it costs them a lot of money to produce even one live 2D skin these days. So like, yeah, do I want animated, like just regular animated skins when we have live 2Ds that exist in the game? Not really. Like, if every one of our animated skins could be live 2D, if all of our skins could be live 2D, that'd be great. But I mean, we're talking about the best case scenario here, and how often does that happen? Hey Glutheon, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Genshin will never add a thick character model now, will they? No, probably not. If you mean when they refer to actual humans as lollies, yeah, that shit is whack. Well, I mean, if there are people actually doing that, then yeah, those people are fucking sick in the head. Like, actually. Those people are probably even worse than Blue Archive players. Actually, not even probably, they are worse. Because at that point, you're talking about real-life people. I wasn't really referring to that. What I was referring to when I was talking about how there are people who, like the Twitter moralists don't realize that petite women exist. I was just more referring to how, you know, people on Twitter will fucking, you know, look at an anime fucking, you know, short anime girl, right? And if they don't know any better, if they don't know the character themselves, which most of the time they don't, they'll get baited into calling them a lolly. When, you know, in reality, they're not actually a lolly. Because, like, you know, whatever story they're from, they're actually an adult or something. I was like, well, at that point... aren't most shorties marketed as lollies? I mean, I guess I can see how that would be true, or how that might seem to be the case. But are they intentionally marketed as lollies? Unless you have a situation like in Genshin where there's a literal fucking body model, or like a body type that MiHoYo reserves just for lollies. Like, unless you're talking about a situation like that, then, Blue Archive players are actually really chill. Yeah, we don't give a fuck. Like, we know that we are disgusting, degenerate people. And you know what? That is so that is so much easier to deal with than all those fucking Twitter moralist assholes. I almost said a different word that I probably shouldn't be saying. On like social media, on Twitter or some shit. That shit that Lol Shinya tried to pull with this video that he made on Rexland. Imagine referring to a short dude as a Shota. A lot of the so-called Blue Archive community doesn't actually play the game itself. Yeah, probably not. The notoriety of Blue Archive has probably escaped containment at this point. Because, yeah, the NA server itself isn't exactly that big. It's like decently sized, but it's not like the NA server has that many players. What do I think about Amelia leaving Hollow and going indie? Didn't they specifically say that she wasn't actually leaving the company fully? Like, she's still gonna work for Hollow just as a either an affiliate or like as an actual employee or some shit. I assume Hollow still wants to keep her on to have her as like a tech support or whatever. Or maybe Amelia herself still wants to stick around as tech support. but doesn't want to actually bother with like any of the actual VTuber stuff. Yeah. She's not, I'm pretty sure she's not going indie. At least that's not what the announcement said. Like, Hollow themselves came out and said, oh yeah, she's not graduating. She's not retiring. She's still working for us. She's not going to do any VTuber stuff. Yeah, so she's not leaving fully. At least that's not what that's not the sense that I get from the situation. GFL community revived a bit because of Tesla bot memes. Not sure what the context for that is. Her Twitch account, her other Twitch account says full-time streamer in October. I mean, that doesn't really change the fact that she's still, you know, working for Hollow. So is that really her going indie? I don't know, man. That's kind of, admittedly, that's kind of a weird situation. I don't think I don't think I've ever seen that sort of situation in the VTuber sphere, where like a corpo VTuber, like semi-retires. Weird situation. Like they're technically still part of the company, but I guess Hollow is still cool with her doing like a side, like an indie thing on the side. But I don't know if I want to call that truly indie though, because as long as she's still working for Hollow in some capacity, like in some official capacity, I don't really consider that personally. I don't consider that being like Amelia going full indie. But I mean, it's already halfway through October, and if she hasn't come back yet on her to stream on her other quote unquote secret Twitch account, then I kind of wonder when she will. I mean, obviously late October then, but debut on the 20th. I just kind of find it strange why Amelia would re-debut would go like partial indie when she's still sticking with Hollow in some kind of capacity. Like sticking with Hollow at least a little bit. Weird fucking situation. I assume she just wants to have the freedom of being an indie VTuber, and she's kind of tired of the whole corpo VTuber shit, I guess. It's like the biggest that's like the thing that's the most logical conclusion I can come to. But like I feel like that's not really true. I don't feel like that's truly being indie though. Like if you're still working for Hollow, like even if you're an indie, it's not that you can't exactly just do whatever the fuck you want. Maybe I just don't understand it, because the way I see it is like if you're going to retire from being corpo, and if you want to go indie, like in my opinion, you should just go like full, like 100% go full indie, or just stick to being a corporate VTuber. I don't know. I don't know if I quite agree with this this half-assed approach where, oh, I'm still working for Hollow, but you know I also want to be an indie VTuber too. It's like, what are we double dipping here for? I don't know. It's not. Obviously, I'm just an outsider. So what the fuck do I know? It's just. Ugh. If you're gonna if you were gonna re-debut anyway, what the fuck was the point of you, quote unquote, graduating as Amelia in the I don't fucking know, man. I feel like the more I fucking talk honestly about this topic, the more flack I'll fucking get. So I think I'll just leave it at that. Genshin has a lot of plus-size ladies in the NPC department. I'm sure that's enough for people. I mean, it'd be great if Mihoyo had the balls to make one of them a fucking playable character, but we know that's never gonna happen. Oh, Amelia's a mom now? You're the father, by the way. Okay. Got me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. Got me in the first half, not gonna lie. You are the father. You are not the father. Caught. Alright. Let's go do Spiral Abyss. I hear in Spiral Abyss you start off instantly at what, floor 11 or something? What were the rewards that I just got? The fuck were they for? Okay, I don't know what the first set of rewards I got was for. I'll take it. All party members gain a 75% geo damage bonus. Gee, I wonder who that's for. I fucking wonder who that's for. Okay. Okay, Geo. Okay, Geo. Okay, Dehya. Rewards for clearing 9 and 10. Maybe like you were able to clear Abyss floors 9 and 10. Here's a first time clear reward. That sort of thing. It's probably something like that if I have to guess. Well, more free rewards, can't complain. Whee! Bah, bah. Oh, that was kind of overkill. Managed to build both Dehya and Chevy this past month. Both are strong. I have yet to like seriously build my Chevy. I feel like she has the potential to be strong. It's just kind of unfortunate that you can't run her with Bennett. Because like running both Chevy and Bennett on the same team is kind of like ugh. I guess maybe you can still make it work. I don't know. But yeah, congrats on building both of them. Oh, I accidentally brought Nahida here. Reconfigure party, please. I meant to bring, Kazuha, not Nahida. What the f... I was like, wait, where did Nahida come from? Huh? I don't even have, any Burgeon pieces, except for on a melee, but... Or Emily. Also, hey, NACL, thanks for the 48-month resub, man. Welcome back. Also, holy shit, 4 years. Yep, 4 long years. Good to have you back. Thanks for the consistent support over the years. Greatly appreciated. Even more so now than ever. Here's Kazuha. But yeah, Mono Geo team is fucking fun. Especially now that we have Chiori as part of the gang.
天道万象は霹靂先人俺につけ血人だ強行
紅に染まって散りなさい。
ガン闘技
Where's the other one? %75% geo damage bonus is no joke.
風の行く先を雲仮な
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
みんなは俺が守れ風を知れ
ここであんたを潰す。
Bop, 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 bop. Where are we going? Bop, 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 bop.
やるか。
風の赴くままにもみちらまく惜しみ
熱々でしょ。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ絆だ
Where is he going? Over here.
風の赴くままに
行くぞ。料理の時間だよ。
マリ
やっやっよっ。
I will punch you to death, motherfucker. It's not like we have a time limit for defense missions. Take my sweet ass time. Have we met any sub goal points? Not yet. My first sub goal incentive is at 200. Currently, we are at. Let me refresh my Twitch dashboard. We are at 168. So we're getting there, slowly but surely.
招かれざる仕事か難攻不落お前の出番か進軍先生こっちで鬼の狂気乱舞剣女盤石強行 風の行く先を風の歌雲の行く全力攻撃だ
Oops. Probably shouldn't have put Bennett's ult down right there.
風を知れ
耐えられるかな。行くぞ。
風の赴くままに
熱々でしょ。
せい雲がく借りなく時風を知れ天理チョーク血人強行よっ発揮のごとす
ファッションは私が定義する。
ガン闘牛器用のおとりだ
どこにいるのか聞かせてもらおう。必ず訪れる。やるか、手合う。
風の行く先をもみちらんみんなは俺が守れ
話が通じないなら叩く。
風の赴くままに。
さあ食いしばれよ。
Alright. Floor 12. Let's see. Consecrated Beasts. Golem. Hatchling. Blah, blah, blah. Ruin Drake. Earthguard. I think Earthguard is the one that doesn't fly. Pretty sure. And Legatus Golem. Is this the Golem that we have to fight as an elite boss? To farm for what? Or I think it was Arlecchino's shit, or was it for Navia's shit? I forget. I kind of wonder how viable my Dehya team would be against the Red Vulture, because I think this guy is probably resistant to Pyro. For second team, we're obviously gonna have to use Geo, because Legatus Golem. We'll give it a shot. Nice to see your subs being so long. Supporters like in 40 seconds or 40 to like mid 50s. You don't watch much of any, but most you see are like 10 to 20 months. You may be wrong, but you hardly watch them. I have been a content creator for the better part of the past 12 years? When did I start doing content creation? I started doing it back in 2011, I think. Yeah, so this will make it 13 years that I've been making like YouTube videos for like video games and such. Though obviously as when it comes to actual gacha games, it's been about like what, 7? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, with FGO and stuff. So... a lot of my subs are on the older side, to be fair. Yeah, like compared to a lot of other, you know, gacha content creators out there who might not have, like, subs who are as long, or have been subbed to them as long. Because like, and that kind of makes sense because a lot of gacha content creators, like YouTubers or streamers, you know, alike, a lot of them blew up with Genshin, right? With MiHoYo games, Genshin in particular. So, yeah, and obviously Genshin has been around for as long as, say, you know, some other gacha games have been, like FGO, for example. So, yeah, that's what I mainly attribute it to. Like, that's the most logical way to put it, or to look at it. Sure, there are other factors, I'm sure. Oh yeah, this dude has hella fucking pyro resist. Let's see how much damage we can do to this motherfucker. Almost 40k? It's not bad. Yeah. Nice. Good timing. Nice. Perfect rotation timing on that. There we go. Unfortunately, I had to use Dehya's ult one last time there to finish the deal. We're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to focus on regenerating energy for her on the next team or on the next side. Hey Naruto, welcome back. I was waiting for you to stop by.
天道万象いざ新天道地破竹のごとす血人
紅に染まって散りなさいサモト
お前の出番だぜ器用のお通りだほらどりゃはっどりゃはっ天道ここにある俺につけ進軍強行
ファッションは私が定義する手伝って
There you go. Probably lost some of the original supporters. I mean, I've gone through the same thing too. Unfortunately for me, my biggest mistake as a content creator was that I never went I never went all in on my content until it was too late. That was my biggest mistake. Like my biggest mistake and my biggest regret as a content creator, and I try not to have regrets, but and like especially right now, I'm certainly feeling it. My biggest regret was that I didn't go all in on the Genshin train like everyone else did. There was a point in time where I had the opportunity to turn into a full-time content creator, and I actually had a pretty good start too. Is the worst part about it. Like thinking back, like back when I first monetized my Twitch channel, and then I consolidated all my viewers onto my Twitch channel and stopped dual streaming because obviously when you become a Twitch affiliate, or at least up until recently, if you are a Twitch affiliate / partner, you cannot. It's against Twitch TOS to multi-stream to different platforms at the same time as you're streaming to Twitch. So like I was actually earning, you know, not too bad money just off of streaming. So like and this was back in 2020, like the summer before Genshin came out, or like the late spring / early summer before Genshin came out, because at that time I had actually gotten laid off my original my first job the first time before my second layoff earlier, like a year and a half ago. And so I did have the opportunity to kind of like go all out in content creation, and I think that had I done that, and then had I ridden the Genshin hype train back in the day, right when Genshin first came out, I would be in a hilariously different timeline than a situation that I am now. But regrets aside, just to answer your question directly, again, my biggest issue as a content creator is that I never went like all in on content creation. That was my biggest mistake. Like I always treated making YouTube videos, streaming as a purely side thing, like something I just more or less did for fun, right? Oh, and just earn a little bit of money on the side, I guess. But because of that, I let my content over time atrophy to the point where like most of the people who used to watch me back in like what 2020, like 2020 or before, like pre-pandemic, most of them have moved on, and they don't watch my shit anymore. Like I remember back when I used to float 300-400 viewers on Twitch. I still remember the time that I got what, over 2,200 viewers. Let me see what my dashboard says when it comes like my all-time high viewer count, because I think my dashboard does say it somewhere. Analytics. I wonder if I have it in analytics, or I can see it in analytics. I forgot where. Achievements, maybe? Nah, that's something fucking different. Overview. Like There was a tab that like showed you like your max number of what is it? Like the most amount of viewers you ever had. I can't find it now. Whatever. I know roughly that number. It was like over 2,000, and that was when Scotty first came out on NA, and I had over 2,000 people watching me fucking waste money on who was it? On Scotty. But yeah, times have changed since then, clearly. Oh yeah, I gotta charge. I think I'll save my rotations here. This. Yeah. That was easy. You should try to commission a dope VTuber that suits you. For sure. Are you suggesting I become a VTuber? Because I mentioned on I've specifically stated on stream that I do not want to become a VTuber. I have personal issues with becoming a VTuber just off of principle. Like, I have no problem against other people becoming VTubers themselves, obviously. I just don't want to become one myself. Long story short, I don't like the idea of hiding behind a virtual avatar and pretending like that's me. Because I don't want to feel like I have anything to hide, you know? Obviously, you know, I understand why people use VTuber avatars to stream. Like, yeah, duh, I get it. So if you want to use a VTuber avatar, all power to you. I ain't got a problem with that. But I do have a problem with myself becoming a VTuber. I don't want to become one for personal reasons. Not to mention, I don't even have the money to fucking afford a VTuber model in the first place. Like, maybe I can afford I can afford to become a fucking PNG tuber maybe, but same shit. You need to pull for Geo characters, they break shields so fast. Well, yeah, that's the whole point of Geo characters. That's why Geo characters are still valuable, cause you kind of need to break those Geo shields pretty quickly on those golems or whatever. Twitch tracker. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot that there are external websites that keep track of that too. Yeah, it says 2,500. Yeah, something like that. They cost a fuck ton. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you could have people commission like lower quality VTuber models, right? But I probably can't even afford those either. Like, that's how fucking broke I am. Like, there's a reason why I'm doing a subathon / donathon right now. Like, I'm not doing it just because, oh, everybody else is doing it. You know? Not trying to say that that's what you were suggesting. Like, I'm fucking poor. Ironic, isn't it? Once upon a time, I used to be a big ass fucking gacha whale. How the mighty have fallen, you know? Should you build Dehya as a sub free to play? No, Naruto, I don't recommend it. Dehya is, she can be good. Unfortunately, the amount of resources and investment she would need to get good or get to that level is not what I would recommend. I would only recommend you build her if you actually like her as a character. Because otherwise it's not going to be worth it trying to sink so much fucking resin into farming for her relics, and then just for her to like underperform in whatever you're trying to use her as. Like maybe there are some decent defensive or like some low investment builds for her that can still work pretty well. Maybe. It's just that instead of Dehya, you could probably just bring somebody else like Arlecchino, is the thing. I guess the one thing that Dehya might be able to do that would still give you a reason to use her is that she is another source of off-field pyro damage. So like basically another Xiangling, but Xiangling is just so much better at it though. Like Dehya's off-field skill thing just doesn't hit very often. Like it hits so slow. Like once every like maybe 2 seconds or so? That's not very fast. Like maybe you could use her like her damage mitigation thing, but if you're gonna use her for that, you might as well just bring Zhongli. Because a shield is so much better. I don't know. I would recommend you don't do that, but I mean, if you really want to, I'm not gonna stop you. But a free to play Dehya would have to do a much more or take on a much more support role, or a much more support oriented role. That's what I meant to say. So you would have to go hard on, you would have to focus hard on her skill mainly. I would imagine. Just I guess making her skill field do as much follow-up damage as possible. Because like I don't know how else you're supposed to build her if she's not supposed to be like a sort of main DPS of her own. Speaking of VTubers, you said one of your goals is making an indie game that contains VTubers. Will you ever make a video similar to Hollow Grand Order again? I mean, I can. Matter of fact, I was working on a third one. But like, I don't know if I can make one now. Like, I just don't have the time for it anymore. Like, I got lucky with the first Hololive Grand Order video because that video had got like over 100,000 views, and then but then when I made the second one, that shit bombed pretty fucking hard. Like people didn't seem to want to watch a second one of that. So like, what motivation do I have to want to make a third one? Like maybe one day I'll just make it just because like, I did make like a similar video series for a lot of Toho project characters too, which I called Toho Grand Order. You can go watch those if you want to see more videos that I made kind of in that style. But I don't know if I can find the motivation to make those anymore. So sorry about that. Back to eating cheap cup ramen again. One of us. I don't want to be one of you though. Is a thing, Simon. I'm forced to be either a low spender or free to play in all the gacha games I play, but I don't want to be here. Like I will be upfront with this. As much as you want me to. As soon as I quote-unquote make it big, or like make it in quotes, as a content creator, or you know, if I get a better paying job, if I somehow get a decently paying job that I'm not gonna get laid off or fired from in like the next 2 or 3 months, after I take it, I will go back to spending money on gacha games again. Probably, obviously nowhere near as much as I did before, but like. My passion is gacha games, man. I like spending money and acquiring new characters. Not necessarily just for the thrill of rolling gacha. Like I'm not that fucking stupid. Because if I were, then I wouldn't be stream ran. I'd already be homeless. But I really enjoy just acquiring new characters, leveling their asses up, gearing them the fuck out, right, and going into like whatever end game that their games can offer, and just watch them fucking beat the shit out of things. Like, I have fun with that. That's how I want to play gacha games. That's how I think everybody should play gacha games. Or maybe that's going a little bit too far, because obviously, you know, that's, if I were to say something like that, that would make me no different from every other fucking, you know, clueless dumb shit gacha player on Twitter, or people who pretend like they play gacha games anyway. Like, obviously, play gacha games however you want. Everybody plays them a little bit differently. And this is just how I like to play. But I am of the opinion that how I play gacha games is like what people should at least try to aspire to when it comes to gacha. Let's put it that way, yeah. I guess that still makes me sound kind of like an asshole, but less so at least. Heading out. Alright, ACL, thanks for hanging out, man. And thanks for the resub earlier. And hope we have a good rest of your day, man. Take care. A new Archon match has been posted. Mavuika isn't coming out next patch, Naruto. At least not from what I've seen. Because they drip marketed Chaska, and Chaska, who's the 5-star, and then Auroron, who's the male 4-star. I don't think they drip marketed anybody else. So it is kind of weird that they're not putting out the Archon with 5.2. First time that they're doing something like this, I think. Other than, of course, Venti all the way back in 1.0, but obviously that's a weird exception. Fuck Hoya for intentionally gimping Dehya. I don't want to quite accuse MiHoYo of intentionally gimping Dehya, but like I will say, like, the biggest problem with Dehya is how if you jump out of her ult, she instantly cancels her ult. That is like the dumbest thing in Dehya's kit. Like, why did they think that was a good idea? Like, holy fucking shit, that is retarded. And like somehow that made it past testing. Alright. I mean, we're talking about a company that fucking leaks everything out their fucking assholes. Every hole they have. Asshole, pussy hole, mouth hole, ear holes, eye holes. All sorts of leaks. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised that their QA testing is fucking trash sometimes. Thing is, you have the resin to spare and you've already built all the other characters you want to build. Okay, well, if that's how you want to spend your resin, sure. Again, if you want to build Dehya and you want to build her as a free-to-play, then I would highly recommend you focus on her skill. Focus on her skill damage. I guess focus on her damage mitigation, I suppose. You should probably focus on her skill damage, though. Perfect, good timing. Or perfect timing, I should say. One down, one to go. There we go. You can see my philosophy when it comes to gacha, where most other players only focus on meta units only. And I don't really, it's not that I hate the concept of people being meta sluts and only leveling up meta characters. Like, I understand why people do that, right? Like, at the core of that concept lies in the fact that you know, these are gacha games we're talking about here, right? And typically a lot of gacha games operate off stamina systems, right? So you can only farm so much and you can only level up so many characters, especially if you're free to play, and thus you don't have as many resources at your disposal as, say, whales do. So you have to pick and choose who you want to level up first, right? Because every individual character is going to cost you a fuck ton of resources to invent, to level up and get ready for, like, for example, Spiral Abyss, right? Again, especially as a free-to-play. So for free-to-play players, I totally understand why if they want to go the meta horror route, then sure, yeah, I get it, right? I get it completely. You invest into the characters, you level up characters that you think will give you the best chance at clearing, you know, endgame content if that's what you're interested in. It's just that my problem is that when people start, you know, circle jerking unnecessarily hard over meta, right? And it gets so bad that it bleeds onto social media, and you have people fucking, you know, putting other people down for not using the most meta characters. Oh, why do you use Dehya? She's not even that good, bro. You know, those fucking retards. Like, it's when people start getting all fucking preachy and, like, thinking the way they play their gachas is how is like somehow superior to how other people play gachas. Oh, you don't play gachas how I play them? You know, you fucking suck at this game. Yada yada yada, whatever. That, and, you know, most gacha players don't, you know, play 12 different gacha games at once. And I'm not sitting here trying to tell anybody to do the same thing as I do. Right? And especially with MiHoYo games, right? A lot of gacha players only, especially Western gacha players, a lot of gacha players only really play MiHoYo games, right? I'm sure we've all heard of stories, or we've seen people who play only MiHoYo games, and those are the only gacha games that they play, right? So it's like they kind of don't know any better. And so those kinds of players, they're not really gacha players. They're more MiHoYo players, if that makes any sense. That he actually is pretty decent with Natlin characters? I sure fucking hope so, man. I thought she'd be good with Farina back when Farina was about to come out. Turns out that wasn't really true. You're gonna build Dehya? Alright, Naruto. Best of luck, man. Again, I would advise you to focus mainly on Dehya's skill damage, or how much damage her skill field can do. Like, I don't think you should really focus on Dehya's, what is it, ult damage much? Because I don't know how much damage she'll be doing as a free-to-play. Like, if you don't have her weapon, if you don't have her at, like, well, like, at least C4 or some shit. But do what you gotta do. Hey, it's Sparty. How's it going, man? Welcome back. Sorry, pretty strong. She's mid. I'll be honest, I still don't know how to really properly play Mualani. Like, I know she's capable of doing big damage, but, like, at most, I think she's mainly supposed to be a sub DPS. Like, she's good for good. She can do good burst damage, but I don't know how much, like, sustained damage she can do. Like, I feel like she's mainly like an ult bot where, oh, as soon as you have her ult, you put Pyro on somebody, and then you fucking launch Mualani's ICBM, Hydro ICBM, and do a fuck ton of reverse vape damage or something. Can't wait for Azure Primilia's global release date. I mean, it'd be great if we could hear some more news from them. Because I think we heard a little bit from them earlier this year, and they've been radio silent ever since, right? Azure Primilia, Project Mugen, other games too. Every character's validating clear content with them. Yep, that is true. And yet you still have MiHoYo players out here fucking saying that you can't clear content. Zhongli sucks because his shield is irrelevant now. Yes, please elaborate. No, forgot to switch her over. The meta slave brain rot in PGR, it got really bad at one point. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, PGR, I'm not surprised, considering it's PGR. I mean, if even MiHoYo games can have a bad situation of people fucking meta whoring their asses off constantly, then yeah, any gacha game is capable of producing communities that care about nothing but meta. Or people who care about nothing but meta, I should say. Do people still use Zhongli for the shield? I sure do. Did you not see me run my Mono Geo team just now? Because I ain't got a healer in that team. So I can really appreciate Zhongli's his defensive utility with the shield. That means I don't have to worry about taking fucking shots to the face as much. Let's see, I'll take Guide to Contention books. Oh, you said you're not gonna build Dehya. Okay, yeah. Yeah, knowing you, Naruto, I don't think you should build Dehya. Yeah, Tighnari is a much better choice instead. Cause Tighnari, if you can pair him with Nahida and like Raiden or Miko, then that team becomes, in my opinion, this team right here. Let me pull up my Tighnari team. In my opinion, this team is probably one of the best single-target boss killer teams in the game. At least in my experience. Maybe there are better teams out there. And maybe you could replace Miko with like Raiden or somebody else or whoever. But like Tighnari, Nahida, and you bring an off-field Electro support, oh my god, Tighnari fucking melts the shit out of people. Ironic, because it's a spread team and not a melt team. Or like a burn team. But to be fair, my Tighnari is pretty fucking pimped out because he's what 80, almost 200% crit damage, R1 Hunter's Path, 4-piece Wanderer's Trope, C6, 9-12-12. So like, yeah, I wonder why he does so much damage. We do have a Geo healer in Zealand, and now, I mean, you know, Noel's also another Geo healer too. I guess technically, who is it? Goro might be one too if he's like what C4 or C6 or something. But yeah, obviously, Geo healing is a meme. You use Zhongli in every team? Yeah, man. It's just he's just he's just really fucking convenient to use. Like, why bother healing when you can just fucking hold E on Zhongli and just don't take damage at all in the first place? For you, your mentality is that leveling a meta characters makes it easy to level up non-meta characters later on down the line. Yeah, that's a perfectly valid line of logic too. Yeah, you level up your strong characters because they'll help you get through the game easier, and that includes like prepping other new characters later down the line too. Yeah, like that's sound logic. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Because it's a legitimate reason. Really, it actually is good. It's actually not a meme? Huh, interesting. I don't have Zealand yet, so I wouldn't know. Actually, I should have enough, I should have enough to roll for it now, at least. How close am I to my next 5-star? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13. Okay, so we're at 70? Oh, no, not 70, 60? Yeah. So we can just do a full multi and this shouldn't get us another 5-star. We'll be close, though. We only need, like, what, 5 more? 5 more or so. Until we get into a soft pity range. Just watch my Z3 video. Hey, thanks, T-Dubs. Appreciate it. Z3 is solely becoming your favorite gacha game. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Now, ever since I got to the mid game, like the early mid game of Z3, yeah, that game is a fucking blast to play. So I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the game too. And especially now that Bernice is here and I have her now. Heard I played rants, but I did walkthroughs. I did like one walkthrough. I did like one walkthrough of True Route at one time. But yeah, I play back in the day. I played a ton of rants. Like if I had like an hour tracker or like a time played tracker on Sengoku Rant somehow, like I wouldn't be surprised if I had like at least like fucking 2, 3, 4,000 hours on it. Yeah, I used to play that shit religiously back back when I was in college.
この世を渡り歩くにはより多くの身分を持った方が便利なの。君にもいくつか作ってあげようか。
New girl is pretty in Genshin. Yeah, Zealanen. Yeah, fucking love her. Like a well done, tasteful Gyaru is for me personally one of the peaks, the absolute peaks of weeb character design, at least for me personally. Wasn't Zhongli the first husbanded to in Genshin? But was also heavily nerfed at first or something. He came out weak, or that's what people thought. That's what people thought. And then MiHoYo buffed him the following patch after he came out, due to overwhelming pressure from their mainland Chinese player base. Also, technically, he wasn't the first husbando because Venti was before him. And, you know, Venti's a guy, even if he's a femboy. Zealanen is the first 5-star limited cat girl, and it's been 4 years. Ever since who was our other 5-star limited cat girl anyway? Unless you're talking about Kecking. It's been 4 years, huh? Limited 5-star. Let's see if we can hunt down who they are. I mean, lions are cats, right? Kecking isn't a cat girl, raw. Ooh, that touched a nerve now, didn't it? Would you say Dehya is technically a cat girl? Cause lions are just big cats, right? She even has a cat ear style hair tufts on the top of her head. So if Dehya counts as one, then technically it hasn't been 4 years, it's been 2. Miko's obviously a fox girl. Ganyu's a goat girl. Yeah, I don't know who the other limited 5-star cat girls are. All fakes. Those are all fakes. You seem very adamant on this topic. Also, a lot of D-Luke shrimps before that too. Yeah. Current favor is Kichiko. Rants. I've heard good things about Kichiko. Never played it myself though. Maybe one day Alisoft will remake it. I don't know. Probably not though. Now that they finished up the Rant series for good. Can't wait for Rants X. Is Manga Gamer still fucking translating that? I could probably ask my friend to see if he knows when they're when they're gonna be done with it, cause he has connections to like business connections to Manga Gamer. Thought it'd be out by now, because I heard them talking about how Manga Gamer was working on Rants X like a long time ago. I suppose Rants X is just a really big game, so it's taken them a long time, but... You wish Star Rail endgame modes weren't 40 days apart. That's just so long. There's nothing to do after you've completed them. My headcanon, what I think MiHoYo plans on doing with their Star Rail endgame modes is I think that they're going to add another 1 or 2 endgame modes, so that way they have like 4 or 5 different endgame modes all rotating, so that eventually we'll get to a point in Star Rail where every new week, right at the start of every weekly reset, you'll also get another endgame mode that also resets for you to do and earn more primo gems from. That is what I think it feels like they're gonna do, right? Because they keep like steadily adding more endgame modes, right? Obviously, first we had MOC, then after that we had Pure Fiction, and most recently we have Apocalyptic Shadow. So like I feel like they're going to add slowly add more endgame modes, so that, like I said, every new week we get a new endgame mode that resets, so we can go in there and clear it out and then get another 600, 700, 800 Stellar Jades. Like I think that's what Star Rail should eventually aspire to put into place, but we'll see. Only time will tell. Ugh. Diano, Kirara, Kiwawa, Lynette, and now Zelo are the only ones that you count as actual true cat girls. Yeah, because they have obvious ears and tail, and those are unmistakable. Four years to have a full team of actual cat girls. Yep. Just like how 4 years of Genshin and we still don't have a Hydro Claymore character, or like characters that fit a particular combo of a body type and then an element and then a weapon or something. We are gonna drown in Stellar Jades. I mean, they kind of have to, or they kind of. I feel like they kind of have to go in that direction, cause Star Rail's exploration isn't exactly on the same level as Genshin, right? So you can only get so many Stellar Jades from running around and 100%ing the maps themselves in Star Rail. Obviously we'll get more Stellar Jades from events and stuff. Where else would you get more Stellar Jades from? Not a lot of other places. So yeah, I feel like they eventually will give us 4 or 5 rotating endgame modes that'll where one will reset every week, or at least I think that's what they should do. But that's just me. I don't know if they're actually gonna do that or not. Igaria, the OG Archon, Hydra Archon, was actually a Hydro Claymore, or basically was one. Rip. They could add more side missions, maybe. Maybe. They were only able to complete Rance 9 this year because Manga Gamer had the stupid idea of translating Rance 10 and 9 at the same time. Yeah, I don't know of how good of an idea that was. Yeah, that sounds pretty fucking stupid. Why the fuck did they do that? Like, what? Visual novel adaptation companies and dumb decisions. Name a more classic duo. God, I'm getting flashbacks of fucking Project Sekai. And the apparent dumpster fire they got themselves into. More Stellar J's the better. Yeah, exactly. The more the better. Alright, let's go start the what is it? Let's go start on doing the Archon quest here, because I do have to start it, because I do want the free 500 primos you get from going through it right now, or finishing it within the next 30 days. Not Project Sekai. Yeah, I've heard some stories about them. I remember going to their panels with my buddy, a protagonist. Over the years, back when they were still around for during Anime Expo. Zealand has a nice voice too. I think this is the first time I'm actually hearing her voice, because I usually play Genshin on mute. She's got a cute voice. It's not like stereotypically Gyaru, but is Genshin creating dumb characters with dumb skills and ults? They're definitely getting more flamboyant. But yeah, like the whole like Night Soul mechanic and shit like that, I don't know if they had to go that far. But you know, it is what it is, I suppose. She a stunner? Yep. Her hot pants got me feeling weak, you know? Oh yeah, that's right, I've already hit max level. Huh, that triggered the fucking story, the Archon quest? It's funny. You might lose, chat. We must stay focused, brothers. Gonna have to check Rule 34. She's got some good stuff on there already. I think some of the Genshin modders are already going hard on Zealonin mods too. Spoiler territory for you then. All right, take care, 420. Yeah, this is like the very beginning of 5.1, so I haven't gotten into anything important yet. But yeah, take care, man. If you're piecing out because of spoilers. Oh, I believe this is Cat Lolly. How do you say her name? Is that how I say her name? How do you pronounce Cat Lolly? I'm surprised Twitter hasn't blown up with how some people might pronounce her name. Oh, it's a soft C instead of a hard C? Okay.
か弱い老人が他にどうすりゃいいっていうの？ストラリ？お前がストラリか？お前ってグラスバーバじゃないのか？グラスバーバって重要なのは黒曜石であって老婆じゃないの。
Grandma.
見た目は若いおじいさんとか。
Grandma.
少女なのに百戦錬磨の英雄だとか。子供の体をした魔法使いとか。何その顔。こんなおばあちゃんは見たことない？
Is she a 4-star? Who the fuck knows?
ほら、
I don't know.
厚化粧もしてないでしょ?
Does anybody have we gotten any Twitter leaks confirming she's a 4-star or 5-star? I would assume she's a 5-star.
みんなとっくに受け入れてるからさ。
Zelo acting flustered.
失
Cute.
礼だけどさ、いくつなんだ？まあ、レディーに年を聞くなんて本当に失礼ね。
Her she's 5. I would expect her to be a 5, but then again, Auron has a pretty good character design, but yet he's only a 4-star. So you don't personally care for story lore in your games. I only care about story if it's something that I actually respect and find interesting. Both of which does not describe any MiHoYo game. At least not yet. So yeah. Design looks cool. Yeah, I like her character design. Yeah, I like the dark colors on her. She's a pretty nice contrast to some of a lot of the other Natlin characters. I think Kinich has a darker color palette on his costume. Cause he wears black and green or some shit. Mualani wears like what, blue and white or whatever. Kachina is what, like yellow, light green. Zelena is also obviously like golden yellow, whatever.
みんなはもう話し始めてるし、どのタイミングで謝ればいいかわからなくて。しかも、よくよく聞けば、私の悪口を言ってるじゃない。どうしようかと思っちゃった。
So far, Hoyo's games haven't done it for you. Not in terms of story, no. Mainly, the biggest reason is because they refuse to give us a fucking skip button. Like, if you are a gacha game and you do not let your players skip your story, go fuck yourself. Huh, I've actually never seen that expression on Traveler's face before, where she kind of looks worried like that. Interesting. That's kind of funny. But yeah, if for whatever reason your gacha does not have a story skip button, there is no way in fucking hell I'm going to respect your story. Because why the fuck are you forcing me to read your story? Go fuck yourself.
人付き合いが下手っぽいっていうか、挙動不審すぎでしょ。とにかく本題に戻りましょう。白ね、米を作るのに私の手助けが必要なんですって。うん、今回はかなり特殊な状況なんだ。実はなるほど。マービカ様は外の人の米を作ってほしいって言ってきたわけ。前代未聞ね。
Yeah. Like, I know why MiHoYo has decided not to give their games a skip button. It's because they're trying to force their players to read the story so that way they can try to get more players invested into their story. And so that's how they're gonna try to sell more characters to more people. It all comes back to the money. How could they add like a monologue or dialogue button but not a skip button? It don't make sense. Again, it's because of money. Because when you force people to read the story, if people have no choice but to read the story, then MiHoYo increases their chances of hooking in people who will learn more about their characters and thus become more what's the word I'm looking for here? More compelled to roll for them in gacha. It all comes back to the money. Dumb fucking issue. Or dumb fucking reason. But it's all about the money. Plus more player retention. At this point, 4 years in, I would actually not consider that a valid reason for not putting in a skip button. Maybe in the beginning, sure, right? To try to convince more players to stick with the game because you know they have to read the story, right? So they're more invested into it. But 4 years on, no, you're getting more and more people who are either already fed up or are getting fed up with their stories not having these stories not having a skip button. I mean, that just kind of happens naturally over time with all games, right? More and more, every online game or just any game in general experiences player count decay because the more that time goes on, the more often or the more likely people are to just be like, okay, well, I think I played enough of this game. I'm gonna move on now, right? That's just gonna happen across any game. But in Genshin, in MiHoYo's case with their games, their mainline gachas, right? Genshin, MiHoYo, Genshin, Star Rail, and I guess to a certain extent Z3, though not entirely, of course, because Z3 actually does have a partial skip button at least, which I'll get to in a moment. But like one of the problems Genshin and Star Rail have in terms of player retention is that more and more people just kind of get fed up with how, oh, here we go, another long ass story that I gotta sit here and fucking spam left click through, and they don't want to do that, so they're just not gonna bother going through the game at all. So like these days, no, it's not. I don't think it's doing a great job of retaining players. If anything, it's actively hurting the game by giving players more of a reason to stop playing. Because going through story is such a fucking drag, and they know it's gonna take them at least 2 or 3 hours to do. And like, why on earth would you force people to do that? Ugh. Fucking A, bro. Yet they don't let us skip in Star Rail and Genshin, but we can skip in Z3. The reason for that is pretty obvious to me. Because Z3 is MiHoYo's 3rd gacha game, right? The more gacha games a single developer / publisher, even if they technically have different developer teams within the company, it's still all under one company called MiHoYo, right? The more gachas a single company puts out, right? Especially a company like MiHoYo where they're world renowned, the more gachas they put out, the more they split up their player base. Right? Because it's not like unless they fucking pull another hat out of the bag like they did back in 2020 when they first released Genshin, they're not gonna suddenly magically experience another player base explosion like they did in the past. Again, like when they first put out Genshin. So for the most part, the players they have is like about as much as they can expect to have just in total across all their games. I mean, maybe you'll get some new player, some new fresh blood with every gacha release, but it's not. In most cases, I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Most players who play Z3 or Star Rail or Genshin are usually they're usually like already Hoyoverse players in some way. Right? Oh, maybe people who play Z3 now used to be Genshin players, but they've jumped over to Z3 because they think it's a better game, so on and so forth. But that means they're no longer playing Genshin because they don't want to have to play 2 different fucking gacha games at once. Like you see that, I would imagine that kind of situation is quite common. And so because of that, MiHoYo is painfully aware. They know that the more gacha games they put out, or just games in general, because I hear that they're working on like an MMO like an Animal Crossing style MMO game or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the deal was that, so I'm not gonna comment on it. But as far as like gachas go, MiHoYo is aware that if they want their games, if they want their subsequent games after Genshin to do as well as possible, they got to do everything they can, or as much as they feel is necessary, to you know, make those games quote unquote good, right? Give players more of a reason to start playing those games, so that way, you know, those games actually succeed to a decent degree. Another one, yeah. Apparently MiHoYo is like working on some sort of like MMO style game. Apparently, I don't know. That's what I hear. Cannot confirm or deny. I think my Twitch chat brought it up to me once or twice or something. So yeah. With every gacha game they put out, they put in like incremental improvements over the previous one. Like technically, Star Rail does have a skip button, but you can't use it to skip new dialogue. You can only use it to skip old dialogue that you've already seen. Like for example, you go into a story fight, but like you brought the wrong team or something, or you somehow get team wiped, so you have to do it over again. Like you have to replay the scene again. Then the game will let you skip it because you've already seen it, right? But it's still not a true story skip button because it won't skip you. It won't let you skip story that you haven't read yet or that you haven't seen yet. Is that really an improvement? I don't fucking know. But with Z3, finally we get an actual improvement where, yes, you do have a skip button. It won't let you skip the entire story, but at least let you skip some of it. And hey, at least that's better, to MiHoYo's credit, at least that's better than fucking nothing. But it's still not an actual skip button, though. Not a real one, anyway. Aren't those dead nowadays? Pretty much. MMOs, they're still out there. I mean, World of Warcraft is still kicking. I don't know if I don't know how successful that'll be because I don't think MiHoYo's ever done an MMO before, at least not to my knowledge. Can you tell me something? Yeah, sure. Go ahead, shoot. You don't need to ask for my permission to tell me something. What you got for me? Story isn't even interesting. The biggest problem with other than the skip button that I have with Genshin Story is that everything is fucking told through 3D storytelling. 3D models doing 3D stock animation bullshit. It's not very interesting. Like this cutscene right here. What are they doing? I haven't paid attention to the story, so clearly you can tell how much attention I'm, well, how like, you know, interested I am by the story. Like what are they doing? Well, I guess Sitlali fucking gave Traveler like what, True Sight or some shit? What the fuck is this? Ugh. Think you're hitting AR-23 before you even complete the prologue? Genshin's just way too wordy with their storytelling. I mean, you can have like a wordy, verbose storytelling style. Like, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. Maybe your readers start thinking that, you know, you're trying to drag your story out a little bit too much. but like as long as there's like a clear plot line and then like interesting like developments and shit like that, like as long as it's not too wordy, right? As long as it's within like, you know, an acceptable range, right, that people are willing to tolerate, then being wordy isn't an issue, or it doesn't have to be. But what makes it worse in Genshin is that miHoYo loves putting in fucking flowery ass words into their dialogue that, you know, I'm not sure if that's meant to really mean anything.
今時の若者が好むような話し方を心がけてたのに。でもさっきのこの子たちの表情から見ると、
Like everybody has like at least two or three different titles that you gotta keep track of and shit. Like it tries to take its own lore way too fucking seriously. Really wonder why Hoyo decided not to equalize their graphical improvements. Different developer teams would be my answer. Each dev team does something a little different. Or a little. Each dev team has their own style of doing things. They play things too safe and presentation is too slow and lacking. I mean, we know that they're capable of producing some pretty good story. Or at least portraying it well, right? Because with all the custom animated cutscenes, like we know they can do it, they just don't bother doing it all the time. Like imagine if all of Genshin's story was hand or like custom animated, right? Like, maybe it's a little bit hard to do. Like, I get that. Animation is tough. But, like, why don't they do more of it? You know, instead of relying on stock animations all the fucking time. God, characters move so fast with double animo characters and with Jean at C2. I wonder how much of a speed boost she gets from this. And as for like the play it safe part, that's understandable because they're Chinese. Like, this might sound like me being super racist, but Chinese gachas, it's very tough for them to have like a story that's actually different. It's not that they can't do it. Like, look at Arknights, for example. Arknights are, I guess, what's an example of a Chinese gacha that like has like an actual like unique enough or like a different enough story where it's not your what I would call your usual cookie cutter Chinese gacha slop of like, oh, you're the protagonist. You show up in a new distant land, kind of like an isekai, and the moment you set foot there, everybody is already fucking sucking your dick and calling you a hero, right? Because for whatever reason, the Chinese players love their fucking hero syndrome stories. Fucking, Everyone loves you all right out the bat, even before you even fucking do anything. They all fucking suck your dick, and you can do no wrong. Right? Everybody knows who you are. You're fucking famous. Yeah, Girls Frontline does its story pretty differently, to be fair, yeah.
騎士団のみんなは真面目にやっているのだろうか。
Kind of why you prefer the VN approach. Yeah, in my opinion, the visual novel style is the best type of gacha storytelling, because you have the most amount of potential for storytelling. Like all this 3D animation bullshit is not that interesting. Have you watched MTash's last video? No, not yet. If I get fed up with the story enough, maybe we can go watch that one. Maybe we can go watch that instead. Prefer a Z3? Yeah, same here, Bubba Gums. Yeah, because Z3 is an actual like it's actually set in like something like a modern day thing. Like yeah, sure, it's kind of post-apocalyptic with like all the hollows and shit, but at the very least, you can pretend like it's a slice of life, like modern day setting kind of thing. Whereas Genshin is like fantasy, right? And while that's not bad in and of itself, like we've dealt with 4 years of Genshin already, so it's we kind of already know what to expect. And then Star Rail is like super like future sci-fi shit or whatever, some weird fusion of like fantasy sci-fi bullshit. And then, but because it's like set in the far future, it's kind of it's very hard for, at least it's hard for me to like really have like a concrete footing in its setting, because like what the fuck is going on, right? Why are we in space China? Such a shame on Wuwa. Yeah, apparently CBT Wuwa's story was like, oh yeah, like people the other characters in Wuwa were actually suspicious of Rover because they're like as they should be. They're like, who the fuck are you? How did you get here? Who are you? How did you beat that one? How did you beat that crownless dude? You know? Like, how do we know we can trust you? And then yeah, the Chinese players didn't like that, so they forced Kuro Game to change it. My favorite part is how Kuro Game advertised how they had to change the story as like, oh, we had to change our entire 90% of our story in like 6 months. Like, okay. Like I'm sure it was like a tough job to do, but like like the context is important. Context is very important. Funny for Kuro considering the stuff that happens in PGR. To be fair, Wuthering Waves is a much bigger game than PGR is, so, you know, Obviously, they have to cater to their mainstream Chinese player base. I don't know how big PGR is in China. Maybe it's pretty big, but I would assume that Wuthering Waves has made a bigger splash in the Chinese audience than, or with the Chinese audience, than PGR ever did.
おかしいな。生身の人間が急に消えるわけないし、ファデュイもいたはず
But
なのに。
yeah, the Chinese bros have
空を飛んでいったわけじゃないよな。
an unsettling obsession with their whole hero simulator style stories. Wasn't it just one CN creator that did that? If it were just one, then it wouldn't really make a big difference. Unless, of course, that one creator threatened to call the CCP on them. You know, that might get some results. It's mainland China, after all. Hey, Mr. Beast, welcome back. Welcome to the stream. Don't think it's a style necessarily, just legacy support for potato devices from like 4 years ago. I guess, but that's going to like technical details that I don't think I'm qualified to talk about. So I'll just, you know, well, I guess we can go with that. Who is that? Is that Auron? I think I recognize his boots or his clothing, whatever. Do you think Wuwa and Starrail suffer from the same? Yeah, it is him. From the same issues with their storytelling. Well, first and foremost, Wuthering Waves allows you to skip their entire story, so Wuthering Waves' story is automatically better just because of that. So, now that we've established that first. Sort of, I guess. I guess for the sake of simplicity, yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Because, like, I don't really care much for Wuthering Waves' story, and for very similar reasons why I don't really care much for Genshin stories either. So, for all intents and purposes, I would have to say that, yeah, they probably do suffer from the same issues, or at the very least, very similar issues. PGR is pretty decent in China, but completely dwarfed by WoW. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Oh, is Auron trying to sell us out to El Capitano? Actually, this is the first time I'm hearing the captain's voice too. He doesn't quite sound like how I expected him to. I thought he'd have a much deeper voice. I also his JP voice sounds familiar too. Am I weird for thinking it reminds me of his JP voice reminds me of Lelouch? It's probably not Lelouch though. It doesn't quite sound like him. Reminds me of him though. He was there in the trailer. I know that all the Harbingers were portrayed, or at least most of them. But I don't know if did he talk in the trailer? Maybe he did. I don't know. I clearly wasn't paying attention. Oh, we are colluding with the Harbingers. Rover, female Rover is fucking hot. I know a couple mods that make her real fucking thick. I've seen some of them. They're pretty fucking good. Same VA as a character from Inuyasha. Oh, he's an old school guy then, huh? Hail Britannia! Do you wonder how much time would be saved if Genshin had a skip button? Oh, like if you had a new player start from the very beginning of Genshin and read through the entire main story, not even doing any side stories or whatever, just the Archon quests. Like, bro, doesn't it take a new player like a month, over a month, to go through all of Genshin's main story? Something like that. It's something ridiculous. At least a couple of weeks worth. So I mean, yeah, there's your answer right there. Oh, he did voice a Gios character. Oh, that's funny. Jeremiah Gottwide, or whatever his name is. I don't recognize him. It's been a long ass time since I last watched Code Geass, but I'll take your word for it. I'm just happy that my guess that he voices somebody in Code Geass was correct, so I'll take that at least. Main problem of Wuwa's story was overdoing the suspicion part to a comical degree at points at places. I don't know. Obviously, I haven't really paid much attention to Wuwa's story, because as soon as I realized that Wuwa's story was yet another just cookie-cutter Chinese gacha story of, you know, oh, you are isekai to a new world, you wake up and, you know, there's somebody already waiting for you to receive you and shit like that, and they're already basically sucking your dick. I was like, okay, I'm tuning out of this one. Like, everybody from Jinzhou City is nice to you. Even the fucking enemies are nice to you. At least Camellia is. Obviously, Scar is kind of a different story, but hey, even doesn't Scar also technically want you to join his faction, whatever they are, his and Camellia's faction or whatever, and he's just fighting you just to try to beat your ass into submission or whatever. Because like I assume their faction knows like who you really are, right? Or like the truth behind who you really are. So yeah, we want you to be on our side, to do bad, evil guy things. Come join us. We have cookies. So yeah, as soon as I realized that was basically what Wuwa's story boiled down to, I was like, okay, here we go again for the fucking 6th or 7th time. All right. Whole story of Wuwa is terrible altogether. Comparing and demanding the same ruined TOF. Unfortunately, in an ideal world, humans would be able to appreciate things like individual things for what they are, right? Unfortunately, we live in a world where people are pieces of shit, and they're always gonna want to compare shit to each other. Or compare other things with other things. Trust me, I would know. I grew up in an Asian household where my mom compared me with all my other friends and wondered to me every day why the fuck I wasn't as smart as them. Why you no get 2400 on your SAT? Why you only get 2250? Why aren't you a doctor? Your brother was an engineer. Why are you not a lawyer? Why are you not a dentist? So we can get free dental treatment. Thanks, Mom. Burn in hell. So yeah, lovely world we live in. But yeah, like, unfortunately, we're always gonna get people comparing stuff. Like, ideally, if people are gonna compare stuff, they should compare it. They should, like, you know, maybe use their brains a little bit, but then again, you know, social media, who the fuck uses their brains, right? Intelligence is overrated. Knee-jerk reactions and hype beasting is the meta.
太陽がない太陽がないときは真実が見えない君が日差しを遮ってるんだちょっとどいてくれ
何意味不明なこと言ってやがんだ
絶対に懲らしめてあげるから
Once again, the U.S. Army funds your gacha.
必死で怒ってないふりをしてるみたいだ
State-sponsored gacha
準備は
rolling.
いい
Or state-sponsored waifu hunting.
3、2、1まだ抵抗する気君、空気が読めないのね
It's too bad we don't get a, what is it? We don't get a, like a quick little story demo of Sit Lolly.
捕まえた
Go, do a crime. Hey, Jot, well, welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I was AFK for like fucking almost a little more than 2 months. Been working on a steady pipeline of YouTube content, but now I am back because I realized that I may not be able to pay for next month's rent. So I am back to streaming so I can at least pay for some of it. I am desperately staving off my inevitable demise.
ばあちゃんと同じ世代の人はたくさんいるけど、見かけるたびにばあちゃんやじいちゃんなんて呼んじゃダメよ。
You saw once that some army or navy branch was using weeb characters to recruit
こ
people.
んな顔してるけど、実はまだ10歳も行ってなかったりして。
The day we see the U.S. Army have an official anime mascot.
傷ついてないでオイラの質問に答えろよ。
僕は大人だでも感謝の心を忘れないようにとばあちゃんに言われている
Here's one thing you learned when you started Genshin: never pull on character banners until you have the actual entire map unlocked. You now have to wait until you have to wait until you ascend Raiden Shogun. To be fair, Inazuma is like the one exception to like future regions where you get characters from, where you can't level them up right away. Because Inazuma is the only region where you cannot directly access. Because Sumeru, you can just literally just walk to Sumeru, right? Because Sumeru is just on the other side of Liyue, and you can just walk to Liyue from the very start of the game if you really want to. Say fuck the Archon quest, or fuck Mondstadt. Let me go to Liyue real quick, and then from Liyue you just go into the chasm, and then from the chasm you just go straight into Sumeru. Though unless they don't let you enter the chasm, but then again they can't, like, you can just go around the guards blocking the entrance of the chasm. Cause yeah, you can just do that. You can just walk. You can literally just walk around. Yeah, you should be able to enter Sumeru through Liyue in like multiple ways. So you just do that. And then with Fontaine, they just give you a fucking teleporter that takes you straight to the northernmost tip of Sumeru, and you can just go sail up to Fontaine like that. And then didn't they also do the same thing with Natlan too? Yeah, they give you a free teleporter on like the edge of the Sumeru desert, and you can just go walk. You can just run straight into Natlan with that too, right? Yeah, Inazuma is a one exception.
隊長を逃がした謎の人物はホロルンなのね。
Also, even if you can't ascend them right away, you should still roll for them anyway. Like, how is rolling a character like at all like supposed to be a problem? Like, you got Raiden Shogun. How is that a problem? Like, yeah, it sucks you can't level them up right away, but at least you have her. What? It's not like the game's gonna take away your Raiden just because you don't ascend them, or just because you don't work on them within, like, 2 or 3 weeks of you pulling her from gacha. Like, once you pull her, she's in your account forever. Last I checked, you can't actually delete characters from your account, not even by accident. So Raiden is gonna always be there on your account. It's just a matter of just going through story enough to unlock Inazuma and finally getting there to run around Inazuma and finally start gathering stuff.
ごめん
It's like you'd rather have the character than not. The hard part is getting the character. Leveling him up is the easier part. Even if you're not quite at Inazuma yet.
さあ片付けて帰りましょう。オロルン、今回のことを教訓にしてちゃんと反省するのよ。それから
They do. You walked all the way over there. Had the ice bridge with Chi-Chi.
事の経緯を説明
Where did you have the ice bridge
分か
from?
った
What, from like Liyue up to Fontaine?
野菜
Because I know technically you can do that.
あ
I
あ野
believe.
菜をたくさん育ててるんだ新鮮だぞ
But Fontaine, yeah, they give you a. I don't know. I'm not fully sure about Natlan. Pretty sure they did, but I'm not sure. But with Fontaine, they absolutely gave you just a free ass teleporter. I think it may have had like a like maybe it was slightly story gated, or like maybe you need to be like at least AR10, or like maybe you need to complete all of Mondstadt's storyline or some shit, or maybe all of Leo's. I forget what. I forget what the requirement was. But like you didn't have to go that far into Mondstadt's story to gain access to Fontaine. The teleporter I'm talking about specifically for Fontaine is this one right here. Like, I think if you complete enough of Genshin's Archon quests, at some whatever the cutoff point is, they just give you this teleporter for free. Like, it's already unlocked for you, and you can just teleport to it immediately, even though you've never been to Suminu before. Just go teleport here, jump down here to this Wave Rider point, and just sail up to Maritime Harbor. Take the elevator up, and you're in Fontaine. I'm assuming what you did on your end was you probably, like, I don't know, ice bridge your way from here over to Fontaine somewhere. Yeah, maybe you ice bridged your way up to Lumidosi Harbor up here, and then you took the elevator up. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know what you did. Simoda up to the island. Oh, you went from here to here, huh? Damn. And then yeah, once you got to the island, once you got to Petrichor, you took one of the Wave Rider points, spawned the boat, and you just sailed up to the harbor, huh? You took the scenic route, if that's for sure. It was the U.S. Army. There was a stand at MIC with a girl cosplaying Misato from. I assume she's the one of the Evangelion girls. Oh, we can just teleport. Where are we going? All the way over here. But yeah, the army using weeb mascots to promote, to help them recruit, Oh, this NPC's kind of cool. This NPC's kind of cool. He's got some swag. I like the NPCs that walk around wearing cowboy hats. They're cool. You still ice bridge? Oh no, that's very unfortunate. Yeah, maybe you know now, but like the little landmarks that I pointed out, and I call them Wave Rider points. Those are points where if you touch them, you press F on them, and you press F on them again, it'll spawn like a little boat that you can get into, and then you can just use that to like sail across waters pretty quickly. Like it even has like a boost feature where you can just zoom across the water pretty quickly. There's a unit that looks just like that. Yeah, Cheska, right? The girl with the hat. She's cool. I like her. I like her a lot. I wish I could roll for her. I just don't know if I can though.
一緒に米を作らない
Because I
と。
believe Chaska is first up on 5.2. Yeah, she's cool. I like her. Oh, and I did read a little bit of her story, or I read the little sliver of the chapter where you kind of interact with her towards like the later parts of 5.0 story, and I relate to her because she also has familial problems, or she seems to have issues with her sister. Her sister being a fucking naggy ass little bitch.
面倒だなんて助け合うのは当たり前の
Ooh
ことでしょ。
boy, I fucking felt that shit real fucking hard, man.
朗報を待っててちょうだい。オラルン、
I relate to Chaska on a personal
泊
level.
まる場所を探さないと。
さようならばあちゃん。
Oberon calls us granny too. Cheeky. I like this asshole. Cheeky. I mean, hey, technically, isn't Traveler also super fucking old too? Yeah. I mean, both the twins are probably super fucking old compared to most people in Teyvat. I mean, obviously, the evil twin more so because like they've already been here for like 500 years. Maybe Auron knows who we really are. Maybe he knows our deepest secrets.
やっと片付いたぞ。さて、何を食べるか考えよう。
Yeah, exactly. 500 in just this world too. Yeah. Not mentioning however many years they spent outside before they got yeeted to Teyvat.
隊長
Perhaps they are gods and goddesses of their own, in their own right. I mean, that would certainly explain why they're so good at everything they do.
が別にあったのか。しかも何もされなかったって。
Dun dun
オラ
dun!
ルンは一体
Am I gonna get silenced by MiHoYo for accidentally spoiling endgame Genshin
先
story?
輩だからしょうがなくファデュイと協力したなんてそうだな。教えてくれてありがとな。オイラはお前の判断を信じるから、お前が行きたいって言うなら一緒に行くぜ。約束の時間まであと1
Dun
日か。
dun dun!
時間になったら約束の場所であいつらを探そう。
Oh, it's just I gotta mess with the time a little bit. Oh, nice. Connor's RV stream has started today. Very good. Looking forward to watching Connor's stream or the Sea Dog VA RV stream. Really enjoyed watching them last year. Let's see. Wait until what was the requirement again? I forgot it already. 8 o'clock the next day. Okay. Only reason you went to Fontaine was because you had Chevy and you wanted to level her up. Valid. I don't blame you. The things we do for love. I think I've actually been to this landmark before. Back when I was just running around exploring Natlan.
あれ
Place looks
誰
familiar
もいない
at least.
ぞ。まさか騙されたんじゃないよな。
There's our boy.
こんばんは。会えて嬉しいよ。
I'm gonna go grab a donut.
幽霊みたいに後ろから急に現れるなよ。
すまない。いつもの癖で。本当に悪かった。
お前って謝ってばっかだな。おとなしそうに見えるのに、なんで変なことばっかするんだよ。
君の言う通りだ。ばあちゃんにもよく言われている。君、ばあちゃんに言い方がそっくりだな。
なんだよ。おいらのこともばあちゃんって呼ぶか。
まあ、そう言えなくもないが。ああ。誰もついてきていないみたいだ。出てきていいぞ。
約束通り来たか。やはり俺の目に狂いはなかった。しかしお前たちは探求欲が強く、危険に立ち向かう勇気があると講師が評価していた。そういった人物とは協力関係を結ぶべきであって敵にはなりたくない。しかしこのまま何もしなければ俺たちはいずれ戦うことになるだろう。
Yeah, why does the
そうならない
why
よう
would
に何とかしたい。
the captain, the El Capitano, why does he not want to fight us? Cause who is it? Arlecchino could very easily kick Traveler's ass, I think, right? Canonically. So, and we know that Captain can hold his own against someone like Mavuika. So we know he's probably as strong as an Archon. So why doesn't he want to fight us?
かねてよりお前の各国での実績は耳にしている。同僚たちと何度も戦ったそうだが、お前は決して理屈が通じないようなものではない。もしエンジンのマービカが絶対に教えない情報を知れば、お前も俺の提案を前向きに考えたくなるかもしれない。
エンジン様の計画は
Oh,
も
well,
う知ってるんだろう。
he said himself he'd rather have us fight with him or as an ally at the very least. So, yeah, duh.
なんでお前がそんなこと知ってるんだよ。
So, of course, he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to have to fight
まあいい
us.
か。もう知っちゃってるわけだし。
計画の進捗には常に注目している。率直に言おう。彼女の方法はリスクが高い。英雄は本当に
Fuck
現
this
れ
piece of
る。
shit carpet.
そして本当にアビスを倒せるのか。もしものことがあれば、ナタだけではない。テイワット全土が道連れになる。本当に他に方法がないのか。それとも別の応急策があるのに言わなかっただけなのか。お前はどう思う？
応急策って。
たとえ今の計画が失敗しても、ナタを存続させるための方法だ。しかし、その方法には悲惨な代償が伴う。だからこそ彼女はそれを予備案にしたのだろう。ためらい、恐怖、あるいは考えの甘さ。何がそう決断させたのかはわからないが、今のナタには彼女が悟るまで待つ余裕がない。最も心配なのは、多大なる責任が降りかかる中で、彼女が悲惨な事実に向き合えず、予備案を実行する機をも逃し、ナタを全滅させることだ。だから彼女の代わりに実行する必要がある。今すぐにだ。
そうだぞ。証拠でもあるのか。そんな一方的な話をオイラたちが信じるなんて思うなよ。あの時神の心を奪おうとしたのは 氷の徐行の計画のためだったんだろ。
The mental image of a tiny Paimon talking to a huge ass captain in a very serious conversation is kind of cracking me up.
やはり鋭いな。あの剣は女皇陛下とは無関係だ。戦いで負けた以上、神の心は諦めるべきだが、ナタを救うという目的は変わっていない。俺は新しい方法を見つけた。もしお前が賛同してくれるならば、今すぐにでも。
誰か来る。
We got.
隊長が消えた。
何かの気配が近づいてくる。まずい。
何かの気配ですって。君のばあちゃんだけど。
It's Granny.
ストラリー、いつの間に来てたんだよ。
Grandma.
別れようって決めた時には気づいてたのよ。隠れた儀式用の道具、幽体離脱しちゃった旅人。
Imagine if Genshin had Z3. I almost don't want that because
よくも私に黙ってファデュイと手を結んだわね。
I don't know. It would almost not fit Genshin.
またそうやって怒られたらすぐ黙り込む。それで見逃してもらえるとでも。
Because like clearly Mihoyo wants
そういうわけでは
wants Genshin and Star Rail to be kind of be perceived as like more serious
なんだっ
stories.
ていうの？
Whereas Z3's animation style just kind of automatically defaults the story to be anything but serious, or at least, you know, have a lot more goofy moments.
無知か何か持ってくればよかった。落ち着けよストラリー。
Grandma.
収穫がなかったってわけじゃないだろ。少なくとも隊長がもう神の心を奪う気はないってことは分かったわけだからな。戻ってからにしようぜ。いい？旅人とパイモンが頼んでくれたから無事でいられるのよ。お仕置きなしってわけじゃないからね。二人の言う通りね。町に戻ってからにするわ。行きましょう。二人ともどうかオロルンのことを見張っててちょうだい。
If that's what grandmas look like in Genshin, you'll take it.
急がなくてもいいのよ。急がなくてもいいのよ。
After the last Zealand trailer, you know about more serious. People say that the 5.1 story was on the darker side of things. I have yet to see how. I'm assuming it involves whatever Mavuika's backup plan is.
あら、答えない気ね。なら質問を変えるけど、隊長は何をしようとしてるの？それはナタとどんな関係があるの？聞こえないふり？ばあちゃんを無視する気なの？よーく考えてみなさい。隊長を助けるメリットなんてある？君と名園の主全体に終わりのないトラブルをもたらすだけでしょ。普段は聞き分けのいい子なのに、どうしてこんな無謀なことをしたのよ。心配事があったならこんなことせずに私に言ってくれればよかったじゃない。うわ、なんでこっちを見るんだよ。
こんなところを見せてしまって申し訳ない。 君は優しい。普通の人ならとっくに逃げてるかも。ばあちゃんの文句を喜んで聞く人なんていないから。
後ろでこそこそ内緒話するなんて君たちね。
Angry grandma.
まあいいわ。私のような威厳のないばあちゃんは何を言っても無駄なのね。君たちはもう立派な大人で、ばあちゃんの言うことなんて聞いちゃいないのよ。尊敬するなんて口だけなのよね。だって実際はどう？もうイファづてにジャガイモやキャベツを届けてくれなくていいから。こんな悪い子からの贈り物なんていらないもの。
イファって誰だ？配達員か？
そんなのどうだっていいでしょ。こんなことつるんでるんだから、きっとろくな子じゃないわ。はあ、子供って大人になるとちっとも言うことを聞いてくれないのね。どうせ何言ったって無駄なんでしょうけど。ほらルン、まだ使命とやらについて考えてるのなら大間違いよ。地脈がこんな風になっちゃったのは決して君のせいじゃない。あの件はもうとっくに終わってるんだからね。
なんだかうちわの話題に入っちゃったな。全然わからないぞ。
それは違う、ばあちゃん。いつも何を言ってもしょうがないと投げやりになるけど、それが本気じゃないのは知っている。でも今回は本当に傷つけてしまったことも分かっている。すまない。
この声は？ホラルン？どこにいるの？
なんだか声がすごく遠いぞ。目の前にいるのになんでだ？
本当に申し訳ない。ナタを救う責任は誰にでもある。
オラルン、戻ってきてちょうだい。オラルンったらもう植物の胞子でできた粉？これで騙してたのね。
なんで急に遠くに行っちゃったんだ？一体どういうことだよ。
ただの小細工よ。胞子を粉にしてうまくばらまけば幻を作り出せるの。全然わからなかったわ。もしかしてあの子毎日こうやって畑で野生動物を捕まえてるの？だからこんなにうまいのね。って上達して何の意味があるのよ。ああ、もうムカつく。今度会ったら足をへし折ってやるんだから。
Angry grandma, break his legs.
でもオロロンはどうしていつも逃げるんだろうな。ナタを守るためになんでオイラたちから離れる必要が？
Hag love, hags.
さっきはあの二人と何か話をしてたのよね。割り込んじゃってごめんなさい。
Smile or kneecaps.
二人のデタラメを最後まで聞いたところで何の役にも立たないと思う。問い詰められればいつかは口を割ってしまう。それが怖くて逃げたんでしょうね。本当にもう。
Oh, she has a classic tsundere moment. She has the voice for it, so I'm not terribly surprised. I mean, the way she talks certainly makes that in character for her.
町までもうしばらくかかるからゆっくり歩いていきましょう。どこから話せばいいか考えさせてちょうだい。
We can make it work.
と時間はある？お腹空いたし何か食べない？
確かにずっと何も食べてないよな。気が緩むと一気にお腹が空いてきた気がするぞ。
じゃあ酒場でちょっと休みましょう。私のおごりよ。
いいのか？おごってもらえるんだぞ。でもさっきからこいつ全然喋ってないよな。なんか機嫌が悪そうだぞ。まあオイラたちは立派な冒険者だからな。ちゃんと自分で払えるぜ。
君たちまでおごらせてくれないのね。はあ、ただご飯をおごりたかっただけなのに。
オイラたちお前がモラを使わなくていいようにって。
はあ、モラのことなんてどうだっていい。長い道を一緒に歩んできたから君たちをいたわりたいだけなの。このつまらないおばあちゃんにおごるチャンスをちょうだい。
わかったから。シトラリ元気を出してくれ。
ステーキを食べれば元気になるから心配しないで。
Abuelita. Silali, Mexican cuisine. She's trying to feed us like one too.
何見てるんだ？
入り口に立ってる二人、顔がそっくりね。双子かしら。
一人しかいないけど。
あら？どうして？
Oh, she's fucking getting
間
drunk.
違えたのかしら。マスター、おかわり。
まさか酔ってるんじゃ。
はい、ご注文の品よ。あら、グラスバーバがお友達を連れてくるなんて珍しいわね。しかも最近話題の旅人じゃない。
オイラたちを知ってるのか？
Drunk grandma.
もちろん、カチーナを救ってくれたんでしょ。シトラリおばあちゃんとお友達になれたのも納得ね。普通の人じゃ相手にしてもらえないもの。おばあちゃんに新しいお友達ができたのなんていつぶりかしら。
みんな本当におばあちゃんって呼んでるんだな。
おばあちゃんって呼ぶのも失礼かもしれないわ。本当はね、おばあ様って呼ばなきゃいけないくらいなんだから。おばあちゃんは名園の主の有名人だから、みんな勇気がなくて話しかけられないの。
あらチアンカ、私の前で悪口？
悪口だなんてまさか。おばあちゃんに新しいお友
That's
達
a
がで
unique
きたのが嬉しい
animation.
の。
Don't think I've ever seen that
お
done
得意
before.
さんのお友達はきっとお得意さんになってくれるでしょ。
もういいわ。お仕事に戻ってちょうだい。見ててくれなくたってテーブルに入ったりしないから。
じゃあその言葉を信じるわ。
Oh, here's the scene.
シトラリ
誰？はあ、呼び捨てだなんて失礼ね。
It's almost unsettling seeing a Genshin character without their normal
卒業
eyes.
席のシトラリと勝負したいの？
おい、起きてるか？大 誰もいないところに向かって喋ってるみたいだけど。
勝負してどうなるの？負ければ怖くなって私から逃げるんでしょ？どいつもこいつも私をシャーマンの妖怪だなんて言って、私のどこが妖怪よ？どこが妖怪に見えるの？
I like the concerned guy in the back.
ストラリばあちゃんは妖怪じゃないぞ。
そう暇そうに見えるでしょうけど
She's got the Bronya face. No wonder it looked familiar.
あるの。族長の悩みを解決したり、大霊と話したり。
Close enough. Welcome back, Bronya. Bronya Zaitchik from Honkai Impact 3rd.
勉強しに来たガキどもの面倒だって。新入り。そう、君のことよ。とぼけないで。年相を見るとき指南してあげたでしょ？わかりにくかった？
Audio desync.
やっとマナーのわかる子が来たみたいね。そう、おばあちゃんはすごいのよ。すっごく頑張ってるんだから。ほんと。
まさか目を開けたまま寝たのか？
漆黒の帳の中で憎悪の幕が開かれる。煙
Give her more tequila.
煙の中には
おばあちゃんは瞑想してるの。飲みすぎるとこうなるだけで寝てるわけじゃないよ。頭の回転めちゃくちゃ速いんだから。
これも名園の主の得意技か？
名園の主っていうか、シトラリおばあちゃんの才能かな。他人にできることならおばあちゃんはほとんどできる。でもおばあちゃんにできることはなかなか真似できない。
警戒の赤が昇る。あの瞳の中に
She's speaking the language of the gods.
旅人パイモン、私
どうかしたのか？
ちょっと吐き気が
ちょっと大丈夫？
吐いてなくてよかった。
Would have been funnier if she did fucking puke.
のかと思ったぞ。
そんなお行儀の悪いことするわけないでしょ。今までも吐いたことなんてなかったし。本当よ。
Wow, she snapped out of her drunkenness real fucking quick.
大丈夫か？ちょっと歩いて呼吸を整えるか？
はあ、話したいことはいっぱいあるんだけど、どう言えばいいかわからない。
なんでだよ。言いたいことがあるなら言えばいいじゃないか。
君ね、そういう問題じゃないでしょ。知り合ったばかりなのに愚痴を言ったりしたら嫌われちゃうもの。
じゃあ何を言われても嫌ったりしないって言ってほしいのか？
そんなんじゃないの。羞恥心よ、わからない？こんなに長く生きてきてもまだ捨てきれないものなのよね。君にだってそういう気持ちはわかるでしょ？
実は
I like these comically oversized tacos. What the fuck? I'd like to know a place where they make tacos this big. Holy shit.
何？
いい機会だし
Day 3 at Twitch trying to not refund a double sub? Huh, that's weird. Would you drop Uwa, Star Rail, Genshin, Nikkei if I had good accounts on them? You want to try Z3 instead of Nikkei, you think? No, I wouldn't drop any of those games. Like, I still enjoy playing all of them. So I wouldn't drop any of them. At least those are not the games that I would drop. I would drop other games, but not those. I'll take 3. Yeah, I could use a couple of those myself right now too. Jeez. Story in Genshin's killing. Yeah, I don't blame you for that though. Yeah, Genshin story's always a fucking drag. I mean, this scene's not too bad because Sitlolly is acting real cute right now.
別に大したことじゃないし、オイラたちも文句を言って当然だと思ったぞ。
ありえない。なんでそんなことが起こったの？声に出したの。
Thanks for the input. Just play whatever games you enjoy the most. If you feel like you're no longer enjoying a certain gacha, then there's no shame in ain't nothing wrong with like taking a step back from it. Like to just take a break from the game. Whichever gachas you feel like you're not enjoying anymore or not as much.
パジャマ姿で寝っ転がることくらいあるでしょ。みんなすることをしただけなのに。
Ah yes, close enough. Welcome back, mid-2000s slice of life animes with a with animated tsundere characters. Now I understand why Sitlolly is such a popular character on Twitter right now. Their stories always seem like a drag. Yeah, because most of what we do is just yap yap yap. Yeah. Z3 is the only exception because they actually bothered to split the story into like 3 different styles, right? Because you have your usual 3D model storytelling like they do with Genshin and Star Rail, but you also have a regular visual novel type story like telling method, right? The visual novel style, which you can skip, by the way, so that's good. That's how things should be with the entire story, not just that. But also you have your manga comic book panel style storytelling too, and those are fun to read through as well. Actually, can't you skip the comic book style scenes as well? So actually, now that I think about it, you can actually skip a good majority of Zenless's story. Now that I think about it, the only parts that you can't skip are the ones where the characters are like talking to each other in the actual 3D world. But you can skip the manga shit. You can also skip the visual novel shit. And even if you didn't skip them, right? It's like you're usually not gonna get bored of like one particular storytelling method or the other, because usually Z3's pretty good with like giving each style of storytelling like equal amounts of screen time, or at least I think they do. So yeah, good reason why Z3 is the only exception. If you skip, they give you a summary of what happens. Yeah, exactly. And that's what most I want to say that's what most gacha games do these days. Here, before you skip, here's a quick little synopsis, so you at least have a broad idea what's going on. So you at least know something.
それと確かに名園の主の人にはそういうことは言わない。みんなの目に私は変なおばあちゃんとしか映ってない。この認識はもうずっとあるものだから。
You think that should be a standard that's enforced in gachas? Yes, absolutely, Bubba. I think that all gacha games should have skippable stories. And they have to include a summary? Maybe they don't have to include a summary, but that'd be nice of them if they do.
怖いんじゃないか？
Like, at minimum, I want all gacha games to give you the option to just skip their
悔しいけど
stories.
勝てないって人もいる。
The summary part is optional.
私と
Great,
どう
great,
付き合え
great
ばい
if
いかわからなくなっ
developers,
ちゃったのかも
you
ね
know, take the extra, put in the extra effort to put in like a little quick synopsis, for you, for their players, but not mandatory. And the reason why I say it's not mandatory, or at least in my opinion, like the synopsis part isn't necessary, is because if you skip the story and you want to know what the story is about, right, or like just get like a gist of what's going on, then there are, you know, you have the community for that. There will be people out there, or hopefully there are people out there who will make like, you know, why does travel look like that?
信じてくれないのなら
Hopefully you have other community members, other players who will take the time to make like lore videos and like story explanation videos, and you can just watch those,
オロルンだ
right?
って怖がってないし。
So.
あいつにとって
But like skipping the story, that's up to the developers, right? They have to provide that for you, nobody else.
君たちは私とオロルンを助けてくれたし
Yeah, it used to be an unspoken rule of gacha, and then fucking Genshin came along.
本当のことを
Thanks,
話してもいいか
MiHoYo.
中ではオロルンは実は特別な存在
Time to start a boycott?
捨てられた子だって言ったり
Yes,
して
I'm sure our boycott will go much better than the fucking Natlan boycotters.
これは名園の主では不吉な兆しで役と災難をもたらすって言われてる
Oh, excuse me.
両親が誰なのかは誰も知らないあの子は村外れの石の上に置かれてたの獣とかに食べられなくて本当に運が良かった名園の主では人の魂は見えるものだと信じられてるそしてオロルンの不完全な魂はあの時のナタにある可能性を提供したある儀式を行うのよその中でオロルンは媒体となる具体的には散らばった魂をオロルンの体に入れて八神の国に送るのこの儀式を完成させれば地脈の力を強化できる
ちょっと待って、なんかおかしいぞ。
ええすぐに要点をついてくれたわね八神の国が破壊されて中の魂は死散した地脈に帰れずさまようことしかできない魂がいるのそして魂がチリチリになったせいで八神の国は衰退の一途をたどってるでもさっきの方法でなら大量の魂を一気に送り返すことができるからお互いにいいことなわけただ媒体としてのオロルンは完全に生贄になるのよでも族長がこんな方法を思いついたのも無理ないの当時地脈の
You
状況は
remember
か
the
なり
Monster
悪か
Hunter
ったし
devs being asked if you could skip cutscenes in Iceborne, and they said no, you can't. Please watch them. We worked hard on them. Genshin devs must feel the same. Same thing with the FGO devs. Like players have been asking for like an MP skip button in FGO for years now, and I'm pretty sure even early on that's exactly what Delightworks said in like an interview at some point, like 2 years into the game or something. 2 or 3 years in. We worked hard on these cutscenes, or we worked hard on these animations. You have to watch them. No, we fucking don't. Go fuck yourself.
もし儀式が成功してたらオロルンは死んでたかも名園の主では生と死は忌避するような話題じゃない
Yeah.
でも生まれたばかりの赤子を
Players
死なせ
or
ない
like
で
your customers in this case, the players, they don't give a fuck how much effort you put into
そ
the
れは他人
game.
のために命を
right?
捧げることだったっていうのあまりにも不
Like
公平じゃない
like it's harsh to say that. I'm fully aware that that's not a nice thing to say, but the brutal reality is that
私は密かに
people don't give a
判断した
fuck.
この計画は
All
秘
they're
密に
here
はされな
for
か
is
っ
just
た
to have fun with the
あるいは
video game.
秘密にする
If you don't let
必要が
them
な
do
かった
that,
のに
why the fuck would they even bother playing your
オロ
game
ル
in
ン
the
が大
first
人になって
place?
調べてみればこの時代の経験の意味はわかるはずだから
Luckily for Capcom, Monster Hunter is a great game, so players are willing to deal with that shit. But imagine if a game that didn't have the pedigree or the reputation as Monster Hunter tried pulling that shit. How their players would react to that. Yeah. Like anytime you have a situation where like developers of a game are like, but we worked so hard on this, like, oh, get the fuck out of here, bro. Even if you did, like, what exactly do you plan to accomplish by like fucking whining about how hard you worked on something? Do you think the players give a fuck? Maybe some will, but most of us won't. Like, that ain't our problem, buddy.
隊長はもう方法を見つけたって言ってたよな。オロルンもその方法でいけるって思ってるってことか？このまま放っておくわけにはいかないぞ。おい、シトラリ、顔色が悪いぞ。大丈夫か？
You think NP animations is actually what makes the game cool? Yes, but like with how much FGO wants you to fucking farm, like you can kind of see how people want an NP skip button because ideally they don't want to look. Oh, she's about to puke again. You know, you don't understandably people don't want to have to see the same fucking MP over and over and over hundreds or even thousands of times. He's like, once or twice, okay, cool, yeah, well, that's no problem. Right? If FGO wasn't the way it was with how its farming meta developed, then sure, yeah. You wouldn't have as many people bitch about how FGO doesn't have an MP skip button. But you know, it's FGO. Unskippable end credits. End credits, I actually don't mind them being skipped. That's different in my opinion, because at that point you're done with the game, or at least you're at least, unless there's like something like a secret hidden behind like the end credits. But end credits, I actually don't mind those being unskippable. Like I don't mind that too much. It's just like going through the actual game itself, like let us skip the story if we don't want to have to watch it. Like, you can make the end... to me, I don't mind devs making end game credit... like, post-game end credits unskippable. That I don't really mind so much. It's like, okay, sure, if you don't want to let us skip the credits, then whatever, fine. Like, ideally, yeah, end credits should also be... You should also be able to skip those, too, but... Hey, Malice, welcome back, man. How's it going? We're just going through a Genshin story right now.
Yes.
I don't know why, but I find the sight of Paimon sleeping, like lying down on the bed when she can fly is hilarious. Oh, I find it hilarious. Even though Paimon has already made it clear that like it takes her, it uses up her energy or whatever to like float and shit. Where are we going? This way. Think a sweep button for FGO would save a fuck ton of time? Yeah, of course it would. Would they ever put one in? No, they will never, yeah. They're never gonna do something like that.
昨日の夜はあんなに飲んでたのに、すごいって褒めるべきか？
昨日のことはもうやめて。恥ずかしいから。私もうるさくて起こされちゃったの。見て。競技場に集められた選手たちがみんな動き出したわ。多くの場所がアビスに襲われていて、 名園の主もターゲットの一つだそうよ。今すぐ戻らないと。
またアビスか？お前一人で大丈夫か？手伝おうか？
大丈夫。各地に駐在してる戦士たちもいるしね。対応も早かったからそこまで深刻な状況にはなってないと思う。競技場が人手不足みたいだから言ってあげて。今さらもう言い訳を考えてあげたりしない。あの子もいい年なんだから自分の行動にはきちんと責任を持ってもらわないと。私はあの子の保証人だから談義室に行って真実を報告するわ。どんな処分が待っていようと受け入れるつもりよ。でも先に名園の主に戻って危機に対応するくらいは許してもらえると思う。それと古名の件については問題が解決したらすぐに白根のところに行くわ。ありがとう。それじゃ。
すごい速さで行っちゃったぞ。かなり深刻な状況みたいだな。みんな競技場に向かってるみたいだけど今の状況を聞いてみようぜ。
To the stadium. No, then we have to go that far. Chaska, I think that's her bitch ass sister. What was the lolly's name again? Usan or whatever? Mualani.
の星ってなんだよ。
まあまあ、とにかくすごいって意味。君たちが腕を披露するのにぴったりな緊急事態だよ。
待ってくれよ。まだ状況がいまいち分かってないんだ。
私が説明する。
Yeah, Ian-san or
アビ
whatever.
スが突然北条の国名園の主児玉の子そしていくつかの野外の拠点と監視塔を襲撃してきたんだ。
ああ、しかもどんどんエスカレートしてる。
各部族の戦力はそこそこ充実してるから今のところ大きな脅威はないわ。でも野外でアビスに遭遇した冒険者や商人は大変な目に遭うでしょうね。私お姉ちゃんと野外で生存者を探して治療してたの。帰ってきたばかりなのにまた行かなきゃいけないことになるなんて。念のため私も北条の国に戻って確認する。
モアラニはどこに行くんだ？
だったら私は児玉の子を手伝おうかな。一番近いからすぐ着くと思う。君たちも一緒に来ない？
We just casually drop a bomb on him that we actually met up with the captain. I don't know if that's the best dialogue choice for us to say there.
なるほど。
Though I would have liked to click on it. I would have liked to chosen it just to see the
大
reactions.
丈夫。児玉の子のことは私たちに任せて。君たちとエンジン様との話が終わった頃にはアビスの脅威なんてきれいさっぱり片付けられてるかもね。そうだといいな。北条の国もなんとかなるといいんだが。
Did you already summon Zelo? No, not yet. I should be one multi away.
みんな何をする
Because
に
I
して
got
も
spooked by
くれぐれも
Tignari,
気をつけてね。
and what is
変な
it?
ものに取り憑かれたりしないでね。
I should be at 70
もう
rolls
心配
now
したくな
flat.
いの。
So hopefully my
その
next
ことは
multi
一旦
will
置いて
hit
おこう。
soft pity, and I'll guarantee myself a Zelo. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be able to get at her weapon though, so that's
俺
unfortunate.
たちはエンジンに会いに行こう。さっさと話を終わらせてみんなを手伝いに行こうぜ。
ああ、君たちか。久しいな。見ての通り、厳しい状況が続いている。各地に負傷者が出ているんだ。君たちの冒険譚には興味あるが、あいにく今はタイミングが悪いから手短に話してもらいたい。
大丈夫だぞ。オイラたちも急いでるからな。この話が終わったら児玉の子に行くんだ。
何？
What you say?
別の方法はあるが、
代償が大きすぎるから私はそれを実行したがらないのだと、そう思っているわけか。
Someone has set us up the bomb. What you say?
ファデ
At
ュ
least
ー
you're
の情報
guaranteed.
も
No,
やはり
yeah.
侮れないな。
Would have been nice if I hadn't lost the coin flip on Tignari though, so that way I could have at least tried going for Seelanen's signature. But as it stands, I don't think that's gonna happen.
神の心の力を使えば、ナタは救えるが、大きな代償を支払うことになる。方法というのは、八神の国の魂と記憶をすべて抽出し、地脈を包み込む大きな網を作ることだ。アビスの侵入を防ぐためにな。
It's been a while since you last heard somebody make a reference like that. It's classic, man.
ああ、魂とは命のもう一つの形だ。この方法の残酷さは言うまでもないだろう。
Can't beat the
八神の
classics.
国には魂だけではなく、記憶や伝説も存在しており、それらはすべて網を編む材料となる。しかし、網にしてしまえば、私たちの文化や歴史はすべて消えてなくなる。編んだ網までもが侵食される前に、地脈の損傷の問題を解決できなければ、犠牲は無駄に終わるだろう。代償が大きすぎるから、私はその方法をそもそも予備案に入れていない。単に勝利するだけではなく、それが本当の意味での勝利と言えるかどうかも考えるべきだからな。もちろん、今実行しようとしている計画にもリスクはある。しかし、それは私が熟考した上で導き出した最適な選択肢だ。ああ、ナタという地は長年アビスの脅威にさらされてきた。あまりにも特殊すぎるからだろう。歴代のエンジンは皆悲観的な考えを持っていたようだ。最後の手段が用意されているのはナタ人のためだけではない。テイワットの他の地に住まう者のためでもある。だが、この方法は秘密として守られてきたのだ。隊長はどうやってそれを知ったのやら。
隊長は新しい方法を見つけたとも言ってたけど、まさかそれも似たような過激なやつじゃないよな。
神の心がない以上、他の手段はもうないはずだ。だが、はったりをかける必要もある前に、疑問を解消するには隊長が何をしているのか調査するしかないようだな。その顔、さっきは一瞬疑っていたな。
そんなわけ。って何言ってるんだよ。
Got your ass.
君らしい答えだ。正直だな。気に入った。私を疑ったのは慎重さゆえか、焦りからか、それとも単なる好奇心からかはわからないが、何はともあれ、ナタの人を救うという目的は変わらない。私の回答を聞いてもなお懸念が残るか。
びっくりしたぞ。お前ってほんと誰が相手でもひるまないよな。
それでいい。そうだ、私のことはマービカと呼んでくれ。友人たちは皆そう呼んでいる。
Gonna lurk on mute. Can't stand Paimon talking. I don't
ファ
blame
デュ
you,
イを
man.
調査する情報員がじきに帰ってく
Yeah,
る。
take care and
すぐ
happy
答えがわ
lurking.
かるだろう。
わかったぞ。でももうちょっと待たないといけないのか。
今はまださほど深刻ではない。今回アビスは同時に複数の場所に侵入してきたが、付近に駐在している兵士たちで十分対応できるはずだ。人員の手配は済んでいるし、カバーできていない数カ所については私が人を率いて解決しに行くから心配ない。
え、お前自ら出陣するのか。でもお前の力はもう聖火に捧げたんじゃ。
その通りだ。だが今は魔人ほどの力はないが、私がエンジンになるまでは優れた戦士だったことを忘れないでくれ。感情からしても理屈からしても後方に甘んじているわけにはいかない。そうだろ。 一人でも多ければその分力も強くなると考えただけだからな。励ましになるかどうか
Himeko, my
は二の
beloved.
次だ。
Is it confirmed that Mavuika is basically a Himeko XP?
この方法
I
は
mean,
完
obviously
璧
she
では
looks
ない
like one, but
She
doesn't have the same voice, that's for sure. I don't know if we can say that she dresses like
切っても切れ
Himeko.
ない関係なのだ。ナタを無理に離そうとすれば悲惨な結末をたどるだろう。すでに拠点の防衛を強化するよう各部族の族長に通達し、
Any other Natlan units you're looking forward to? If I had the money, I'd roll for Chaska. I think she looks cool. Now that we've had an entire like fucking 30 minutes, 30 or so, like 30, 40, 45 minutes or so with Sit Lolly, she's fucking dope. And of course, obviously, Mavuika, assuming we can roll for her. Kind of suspicious that she's not going to be available to roll on 5.2, so we'll see what ends up happening with that.
まあ、そういうことについては何とかするから大丈夫だ。まずは
I don't know if I'm forgetting anyone else. I probably am.
すぐ君たちに連絡しよう。
さて、オイラたちもそろそろ出ないとな。ムアラニを追いかけようぜ。まだそこまで遠くには行ってないはずだ。
心配するなと言っているだろ。
Excited for Snechnaya and then Kanria. Yep, hopefully shit hits the fan then, but we'll see. Oh yeah, we have to go all the way across. Wonder what they'll cook for part 2. Who knows? Yeah. Hopefully it's good.
ここなら安全だから。カチーナの方はあと何？全員避難してもらったよ。あ、旅人さんとパイモンちゃん。
今どんな状況だ？
あと1箇所、キャラバンが閉じ込められてる。早く助けてあげないと。一緒に行くよ。
私も行く。
ここはうちらに任せて、自分の安全を優先して。
Oh, lovely. A forced team.
メバイン、はっ、はいはい。サブサベとアタック。響け、学のね。それ。
Accidentally canceled her Huh, there are even Sumpter Beasts? I think that's what they're called, right? Sumpter Beasts here in Natlan?
無事で何よりだよ。どれどれ？うん。取られたものもないみたいだね。
Or maybe he's a trader from Sumu, actually.
これで子供の子周辺のアビスの凶問は全部解決かな。
よかった。さっきも本当に焦ったよ。
そうだ、シトラリは一緒に来なかったの？
名園の主も襲われてるから一旦集落に帰ったんだ。コメの件はまた後で話すことになってるぞ。
そっか。まあそれもそうだね。まずはこの状況をなんとかしないと。ここで長話ってのもなんだし、鳥間集落に戻らん。
Who are you choosing for the 5-star selector? You would assume it's Dehya. You mean the free copy of any of the perma 5-star characters that Mihoyo gave us with the start of 5.0? You mean that one? I already picked Mona. Yeah. I have all the perma characters in Genshin already at C6, so it didn't really matter who I got. So I just went with Mona, because she's my favorite character in the game. Funnily enough, that free 5-star got me enough star glitter to buy the first crown that was available for sale in a star glitter shop here. Like the very first one that they made available with 5.0. That free 5-star gave me enough star glitter to buy the very first one. So funny how that worked out. Can you please tell us what current non-hollow VTubers you watch, or at least the names of the body pillows in the back? Sure. Obviously these two are Crony, Callie, and Hollow Yen. I mean, we're playing Genshin right now, so I don't think I need to tell you who these two are. Left hand this time. That's Toa on the far right, and then that is Taiho from Azure Lane. C6 Amber 2. Yeah, all three of my Mondstadt Storylock characters, the Storylock 4 stars, they're all C6. Only took me 3 fucking years to get them all to C6. Holy fucking shit. Because I very rarely roll on the Wanderlust Invocation banner. And then for current non-hollow VTubers I watch, non-hollow corpo VTubers, I mainly watch FaZe. I also watch a little bit of V4 Mirai from like here and there. But mainly FaZe Connect. I think my 2 favorite FaZe girls are Hime, Rie, and Idy, Ponwolf. And then after those two would probably be Erina and Ember, I think. I like those two as well. Like those two would be my if Erina or if Idy and Rie are my S tier FaZe girls, then Erina and Ember would be my A tier. So I like those 4. The first 2 obviously a little bit more. Other than those, I found myself watching a lot more indie VTubers in the past year or so. Yeah. My indie VTuber Oshi is Bao the Whale. But I also really enjoy watching Numi. Basically, most of the girls from the Girly Pops group. So, what is it? Bao, Numi, Cinder. Those 3 mainly. Yeah. I like those 3 the most out of the Girly Pops girls. And then I like watching Sweetly too. Sweetly's my favorite gacha VTuber. And then I also really like watching Milky. I got baited into watching her stream because she has huge fat fucking tits, but she's legitimately a great streamer too, so I stuck around. But yeah, those are the ones that I'm watching these days, I think. I have found myself going back to watching the Hollow Girls again. I know you asked for non-Hollow VTubers, but I have found myself going back to watch the Hollow Girls again. First with the JP's, or not just, it wasn't just JP. It was both JP and Ian and ID. It was a global thing, or all three branches were involved. Back when they did their week-long Hollow GTA server thing, and then more recently, the past week of the Hollow EN Girls' 7 Days adventures. Because I'm pretty obsessed with 7 Days, 7 Days to Die. So watching the Hollow Girls playthrough was a blast. The absolute chaos that comes with having a whole bunch of clueless VTubers play a game as difficult as 7 Days. It was entertaining to say the least. Hey Lord 5816, welcome to the stream, man. How's it going? Glad you could join us. Amelia, yeah, sucks that she retired from being a corpo VTuber, but I'm sure she'll be back soon, apparently.
警報を聞いてすぐ駆けつけたけど、すでに魔物の数は手に負えないほど増えてた。幸い、すぐにカチーナが戦士たちを率いて駆けつけてきてくれたの。そんで、みんなで力を合わせて、一気にアビスの凶門をいくつも壊した。いやいや、みんなと一緒に来ただけだよ。それより、野外に駐屯するって方針のおかげだと思う。そうじゃなきゃ、到着するまでもっと時間がかかってた。湿った芝生の上に寝るのはあんまり快適じゃなかったけど、全部報われたね。
Oh, Hollow Advent is playing Phasma together.
You're boxing right now.
Let me get in on that. Wonder what kind of announcement they're gonna make this time. Maybe another 3D concert or whatever. Actually, it's been a year since fucking Hollow Advent came out, right? So it's probably like some sort of like anniversary merch thing, or maybe even a 3D concert. Probably.
ヤガミの国のことでしょ。どうか。うちらが黙ってても、うすうす気づいてる人は増えてんじゃないかな。
Probably.
状況は悪化するばっかなのに、待つこと以外何もできないなんて、イライラしちゃうよね。エンジン様の計画にある残り2人の英雄がいつ現れるかも未知数だし、
今私たちがやるべきことはエンジン様のために時間を稼ぐことだよ。みんな元気出して。どんな戦いにだって必ず意味はあるんだから。
相変わらず前向きだな。お前がいると元気が出るぜ。
サンキュー。ま、私の一番の取り柄だからね。
Oh, are we spilling the beans already?
うちらに全部話すわけにはいかなかったんだろうけど、神の心の力を使えばこの状況を緩和できる。ただ大きな代償が伴うってマービカは言ってたんだね。
どんな手段でかはわからないけど、隊長もそのことを知ってエンジン様に戦いを挑んだ。それで解決策があるのになんで行動しないのか問い詰めたのか。もし隊長がエンジン様と同じぐらいの情報を把握してるとすれば、疑問を抱くのもわかる気がするな。
リスクが高いのは事実だからね。6人の5名の継承者が全員揃うかどうか、私たちですらわからないもの。競技場を出る前にマービカと話したんだ。あいつ曰く隊長の言う手段は代償が大きすぎるらしい。それもそうだよな。安全な方法があるならとっくに試してるだろうし。
私もエンジン様を信じるよ。カチーナちゃんがヤガミの国に閉じ込められた時、エンジン様はごまかしたり逃げたりしないで全力でサポートしてくださった。カチーナちゃんを助けるために貴重な記念品を全部燃やすことも厭わなかった。命の重みをよく知ってるからこそできる行動だと思う。だからナタを救う方法について
何か隠してるなんて到底思えないよ。そうだね。そもそも隊長とうちらとじゃ対象に対する考え方が違うのかもね。命はもちろん大事だけど、うちらにとって同じくらい大事なことはたくさんある。歴史とか記憶とかね。
神だから言えることと言えないことがあるだろうけど、少なくとも今回の件については隠し事はしてないと思うぞ。
となると隊長が見つけたっていう新しい方法が何なのかってことが要点になるね。エンジン様でさえ知らないんでしょ。うん。それに隊長って人はスネージナヤの出身なんだよね。フォデュイがあなたを助けるなんて不思議だなって思っちゃう。
頭がパンクしそうだぞ。
やっぱ情報が足りなすぎ。ファディが何を企んでるのか知らない限りどうにもならないな。なら
一緒にマービカのところに行かないか。ファディの行方を調べてるって言ってたから、そろそろ結果がわかるはずだ。ファディのやつら結構な人数だったし、すぐ尻尾をつかめるんじゃないか。
だね、そうしよう。こっちもいくつか推測してることがあるからさ。もうちょっと情報が揃えば真相が見えてくるかも。モアラニちゃん、駐屯チームに興味はない？あるある。ちょうど言おうと思ってたところ。ぜひ入らせて。もしここにもっと早く着いてたら怪我人はもっと少なくて済んだはず。そしたらその分こっちの戦力も維持できたでしょ。この循環って大事だと思うんだ。じゃあ申し込みに行く？人手が足りてないからすぐ返事がもらえると思うよ。申し込み？そんなのいらないよ。カチーナちゃんについていけばいいでしょ。それはそうだけど、でもちゃんと指示に従ってね。大丈夫だって。申し込みなんて面倒だもんね。手間が省けてよかったよ。じゃあこの辺りで解散しよっか。今度また祝勝会をやりましょう。
おう、絶対だぞ。
Are they done yapping for now?
悪くない芽が出たわ。今日も引き続きサボりましょう。調子が良くなってから仕事を一気に終わらせるわよ。
Leaving the bed, you're close to where I'm close to where you are on the quest. You want to take spoilers? Okay, gotcha. Then have a good one, man. Take care. Are you joking about that here at the 5-star? I thought it was only the anniversary event. Are they doing it every new story patch? I saw on Twitter. I don't think this is true. I'm of the belief that, you know, I'll believe it when I see it type shit. But I did see this stray leak on Twitter that apparently, allegedly, MiHoYo is giving letting people pick one free copy out of, like, I think 7 or 8 different limited 5-star characters. But I don't think that was what Malice was referring to, because he mentioned Dehya, and Dehya is a permanent character, and obviously she wouldn't be on that leaked lineup. Like, that roster had characters like fucking Raiden, Shogun, Novelette, Farina, and shit like that, which is part of the reason why I don't believe it, because why on earth would MiHoYo be that generous? But yeah, I think he's just referring to the anniversary free 5-star. I don't think he was talking about, or I don't think he was referring to how, you know, we get a free 5-star every single patch. Gotta work now, gotta go now. Alright, take care, Malice. Thanks for hanging out, man. Catch you next time. You're earlier today, Paul. Hey, Musman, how's it going, man? We're just going through story right now. Or Genshin story, the Archon quest.
順を追って説明するから落ち着いてくれ。実は
Why are Chaska's lips like extremely well detailed? What the fuck? Does anyone else in the game have lips as detailed as hers?
ファデュイもアビスに襲われたの？いや、違うみたい。行商人たちを保護してる。ほら、あそこ。
確かにそうらしいな。何か取引でもしてるのか。もう少し観察してみよう。
怪我がなくて何よりだ。最近各地でアビスの魔物が湧いている。旅行の計画は取りやめて、しばらくは競技場か部族の拠点に避難しておいた方がいいだろう。
ありがとうございます。でもお礼にできるようなものが何もなくて。
礼などいらない。任務を執行中に君たちが危険な目に遭っているところを見かけたから助けたまでだ。
Region kind of looks like Monster. If you just looked at the grass, I guess.
そうだな。ナタの戦士が助けてくれたことにすればいい。
ええ、わかりました。
でも
余計なことは考えるな。何か企んでいるわけではない。ただ隊長様が煩わしいことは嫌うのでな。無論これはあくまでこちらの望みであって、決定権は君たちにある。ファディが口を封じるときは強硬手段を取るな。
The Casca girl looks nice, nice though. What, Chaska? I think her name is called Chaska.
隊長って言ってたわね。変人様が行
But
方
yeah,
を追ってる人じゃない？
she's definitely got a striking, yeah, Chaska. Striking appearance. That's for fucking
取引
sure.
ではなく、通りすがりに人助けをしただけのようだった。何か企みがあるようには見えなかったな。
Long ass ears, magenta hair, a sick ass tricorn hat. Her titties look pretty good too.
言葉が真実であることを裏付けるような光景だった。
私たちファデュイに対する潜入
Moss that got that deep green grass, yeah.
結論を出すのはまだ早い。
That northern European plain grass.
奴らの目的地と行動を
Whereas here in Natland, you got that safari, that lighter yellow, safari grass type shit.
目的地はここだったみたいね。びっしり見張りで囲ってある。厄介だわ。
お前はここで待ってろ。中を覗いてくる。
You're praying to the gods, that you don't believe in, to make the Chief of the Springs a playable character. Have we met him before, or have we met him so far in the story, or him, her? I assume her.
ここからじゃ奥の方は見えないのよ。バレずに隠れていられる場所が必ずあるとは限らないでしょ。一人だとどうしても視界に死角が生まれるものよ。
警備が厳重な場所ほど調査する価値がある。たとえ隊長がここにいなくても、ファデュイが何を企んでいるかぐらいは探れるはずだ。リスクを冒してでも情報を手に入れる価値がある。
聞く耳も立つね。はいはい、わかったわ。ただし私も一緒に行く。
なんだそれは。私の案の方がマシだ。ずっと患者の治療のためにあちこち駆け回っていたのに、無茶したら体が持たないぞ。私は自分の身を守れるが、今のお前は。
私だって守れるわ。
それ、お前自身も信じてないだろ。
信じるかどうかはお姉ちゃんの問題よ。お姉ちゃんが一人で突入して5体満足で出てくるなんて想定実現できると思う？私が言うことを聞かなくてお姉ちゃんに迷惑をかけたことなんて一度もないでしょ。
The shorty with the shark hoodie? Why do I not remember? Is she the girl who like you have to like talk to her in like a in one of the Springs tribe quests or whatever, like that one quest where you have to deal with like some scammers who are like posing as like tour guides or whatever. Is that who you're talking about?
互いの資格をカバーしつつ必要な時はサポートする。ロープは持ったな。
バッチリよ。行きましょう。
Yeah, okay. Good thing I remember then.
ファデュイがみっちり見張ってるな。ここはクイックの合図を待とう。今だ。
An actual QTE. I wonder what would happen if I didn't click on go. Instant fail. You have to watch the entire cutscene again.
必ずものにしないと。よし、バレてない。順調だ。次はあそこの高台か。やっぱりファデュイが見張ってる。クイックの方がよく見えてるみたいだ。あいつの合図を待とう。合図だ。よし。
Reusing assets. Very good. Hey Gabe, welcome back, man. How you doing?
ここからじゃこれ以上合図を送れそうにないわ。先に進むしかない。お姉ちゃんもそう思ったみたい。ファドゥイの動きを注視して合図を送ってくれようとしてる。ここは待ちましょう。今だわ。バレるところだった。一気に向こうまで行くのは無理そうね。チャンスを伺いましょう。よし。
This camera work kind of reminds me of what is it? Time Crisis. Fucking Time Crisis 2S camera angles or camera movement.
すべてファドゥイが見張ってるわね。遠回りするのもありだけど。あ、いいこと思いついた。
ん？何の音だ？爆発か？うわっ！臭い！なんだこの匂いは！おい、何してやがる！
No, they took out the cappy. Collateral damage.
あの人たち、ファディが目の上のタンコブだったみたいね。いい口実とばかりに噛みついてくれたわ。あっちの山の人も加勢しに行った。よし。
Amina and Chuchu are your favorites in the entire Natlan region. I don't know who Amina is, but if you're talking about this girl, I don't know, man. Can't say I'm a big fan of her.
誰もいないことは確認済みだから。
Why are they talking so loud? Aren't they supposed to be sneaking? Shouldn't they keep their voices down? Why are you yelling?
どう？私みたいな優秀なアシスタントは引く手あまたなのよ。お姉ちゃんだけが認めてくれないんだから。
Still yelling, by the way.
ああ、私の問題だ。
They're a little bit salty about Star Rail modes being quick, but on the other hand, you guess it's okay. People are saying Hule was tough. And you used Robin, Faye, Fei Xiao, Clara,
とにか
Ho
く目の前の状況に
and
集
went
中しよう。
Hule?
ここは敵の真っ只中だ。滞在する時間
Like
が
against
長くなれば
Hule,
長く
don't you need to just pay attention to his blood moon rage mechanic or whatever?
それにしても
Isn't it that mechanic where you have to hit him to dispel whatever the debuff you have?
まさか文化や歴史に興味があるのかしら。
Back in a bit, must shower. Alright, take care, man. Or enjoy your
資源装置
shower,
を
I
探して
suppose.
るのだろう。わずかな記録しか残っていない古代の代物だ。地元の人ですら使い方はよく分かっていないのに、なぜファディ
Robin completely invalidates that. I assume with her follow-up damage or whatever.
様がお探しになっているのはこれで間違いないだろう。苦労な末やっと見つかったな。持ち帰って報告しよう。
持ち帰るってどこに？ついてく？
お前、まだついてくるつもりか。
当たり前でしょ。最強コンビなんだから最後まで一緒に行動しないと。
何の音だ？
気づかれた。逃げるぞ。
石が落ちてくるわよ。お宝を見ておいた方がいいんじゃない？
騙しやがったな。奴らを捕まえろ。
Why exactly did Choo Choo fucking blow their cover again?
なんとかファデュイを振り切った後、再び後を追ったんだが、奴らは同じようなものをいくつも集めていた。でも
Was
そ
there
の
a
後も
fucking
行動を
reason
取
for
る様
that?
子はなかったから、一旦撤退することにした。
で、クイックはそいつらに追われた時に怪我したわけ？
いや、自分のキャパを把握できていなかっただけだ。競技場に戻る
She
途中
farted.
力
Okay,
尽きて
I
倒
see.
れた。
少なくとも作戦中は足を引っ張らなかったでしょ。私の連勝記録は途切れてないんだから。
結果からすると2人とも素晴らしい活躍だった。家族でない私に言えるのはこれぐらいだが。
はい、反省しています。これまでの情報からするとファディの狙いは古代の非現装置だろうね。うちらからしたって謎だらけなものを隊長がなんで？
私にもわからないが、神の心と似たような効果を発揮する可能性がある。この線で調べるとしよう。シロネン、ナタにいる非現学者を全員集めてくれ。
オッケー。
2人ともご苦労だった。クイクはゆっくり休んでくれ。君に見てもらった患者たちからの土産が談義室に数多く届いている。君に渡してほしいとな。私からもちょっとしたプレゼントを用意した。一緒に家まで届けよう。ささやかなお礼だと考えてくれ。
みんなが私の大活躍の証ですね。
ですが、エンジン様から贈り物をいただくわけにはいきません。私たちはナタのためにやるべきことをやったまでです。クイクのことはご心配なさらず、家に連れ帰って休養させますので。
クイクの大好物のチビリュービスケットが入っているのだがな。
欲しい。エンジン様、遠慮なくいただきます。
こらクイク、まったく。
実は私も好きなんだ。君たちの分もあるから後で食べてみてくれ。今から非現装置の資料を調べる。進展があればすぐ知らせよう。
ひひ、遠慮なくいただくぜ。
この世を渡り歩くにはより多くの身分を持った方が便利なの。君にもいくつか作ってあげようか。
Okay. Shower done. Damn, that was a fast shower. There's nothing but Bernice on the Z3 subreddit. Bernice takeover. As she should be. As things should be. Go white girl, go white girl, go. Go white girl, go white girl, go. Oh, I did body wash, getting dirty again tomorrow anyways. Nice.
ちゃんと休むよう見張っててくれって父さんと母さんに頼んでくる。
まるで囚人ね。家族の集いに帰らなくたって1日か2日休めば大丈夫だってば。
お前はいつも大したことないと言うが、まさにそういう大したことないことが大きな問題に発展するんだ。お前を宿で休ませたとしよう。アビスの襲撃を知らせる警報が鳴ったらすぐ現場に駆けつけるだろ。
絶対に宿から出ないって約束するわ。
ほ
う。わかった。お姉ちゃんの言う通りだわ。自分でも無理って思ったもの。医者としてどんな状況でも患者さんを放っておくわけにはいかないの。この命がある限りね。
Wall of text. Yeah, people at WTF loves putting walls of text with his bits. I let him do that just because he throws bits in there in there with him too. Though I'm a little confused as to why I didn't get a like a alert notification for the bits. Usually it lets 100 bits through.
なら私の心配も分かってくれ。医者と患者よりも近しい関係じゃないか。
お前たちやっぱり似てるな。
どこがだ。私は常にリスクと代償を把握している。
冗談じゃないわよ。
But he always does
お姉
that
ちゃん
though.
たらあるのは根拠のない自信だけで、しくじったら言い訳ばっかり並べるんだもの。
おい、デタラメを言うな。
あらそう？じゃあ実例を述べてあげようかしら。
ストップストップ。おいらさっきの発言は撤回するぞ。
気にするなパイモン。喧嘩もコミュニケーションのうちだ。私たちもお互い気に留めていない。
そうそう。これまでお姉ちゃんからはいくつも学ばせてもらったわ。例えば感情に任せて行動するとかね。ま、家族だからしょうがないけど。
引っかかる言い方だな。
これって仲直りしたのか？
どちらかが妥協しない限りいつまでも私たちは平行線だ。でもだからといって敵対してるわけじゃない。
そういうこと。お姉ちゃんが白旗をあげるまで気長に待ってるから。
好きにしろ。さ、そろそろ帰ろう。じゃあまたな。問題がなければすぐ戻ってくる。
そこまで急がなくても家族とゆっくり食事ぐらいしてきたらどうだ？
またね、旅人パイモン。
I don't think I've ever seen that like waving hand animation from Traveler before.
あいつらすぐに仲直りするんだろうな。いろいろ情報も集まってきたし、ここらで一旦整理してみるか？
ごめん。また変なタイミングで邪魔しちゃった。
気まずそうな顔してどうしたんだよ。オイラたちに何か用事か？
じゃあ休憩を邪魔しちゃったお詫びに。
Not only is Lolly a tsundere grandma, but she's also a stalker too, huh? How the fuck did she find us here?
指示だなんて大げさよ。私たち友達なんでしょ。今回はある情報を伝えに来たの。この前別れる前に
Thought
した
you
話。
had another content idea today, but you forgot. Yeah, yeah.
オロルンの
I don't
魂は
mind you pitching
不完全だって
content
話を
ideas.
してたよな。あとナタを救うためにオロルンは役立ちたいと思ってるって話も。
Fine by me. I don't have a problem with it.
オロルンは隊長のところに戻ったんじゃないかって旅人と話してたんだ。お前はどう思う？
ええ、その推測は正しい。ついさっき証拠も手に入れた。オロルンが帰ってきたの。しかもあの子ったら名園の主の拠点防衛戦にも参加したのよ。
帰ってきたのか？
計画から手を引いてって言ったけど聞く耳を持ってくれなかった。成功まであと一歩だから諦めるわけにはいかないって。今回帰ってきたのは名園の主のためなんですって。集落を離れたのはナタのためとも言ってた。
捕まえなかったのか？
激しい防衛戦の真っ最中だったし、敵から部族を守ることで精一杯で、あの子のことにまで気を配る余裕がなかったの。それにあの子も私を警戒して距離を取ってた。捕まえに行こうと思って隙を狙ってはいたけど、とてもそんな状況じゃなかったわ。はあ、ばあちゃんって呼ばれてるくせに結局なんの役にも立てなかったわ。
元気出せよ。
Have you seen the recent push to move away from Twitter to Blue Sky, or is that what that alternate Twitter is called? What do you guys think?
そうね。
Hope Google and Apple get Elon's ass for ruining the block button. I mean, yeah, like that's an understandable like change in platform. Yeah, I'm sure Blue Sky is quite happy with Elon's decision, because I'm sure they're getting a lot of traffic now, or they're gonna start getting a lot of traffic now. But yeah, like I'm not exactly surprised. I mean, a lot of artists should be used to this already, because I remember back when what was that one social media platform? Was it Tumblr? Was it Tumblr or was it something else? When they banned like NSFW stuff, and that caused a mass exodus over to Twitter, right? I mean, it's just that all over again, but in a different form. So. It was Tumblr? Okay, good. I still remember it then. But yeah, like, artists don't want their shit being potentially nabbed by AI. Like, alright, then you know, they're gonna do what they need to protect their work. If there is porn in Blue Sky, you'll try it. Hopefully it does. You've seen a lot of mutuals moving there. With how fucking volatile Twitter is under the elongated musket, honestly, I think that if you're an artist, it's in your best interest to have multiple platforms to, like, you know, operate from. Like, relying on any one of them is going to be pretty risky, I think. So, like, you know, I think artists moving over to Twitter is probably moving over to Blue Sky. Sorry, from Twitter, I should say, is probably a good thing for artists anyway.
真相を突き止めたらこっぴどく叱ってやるんだから。ねえ、こんなおばあちゃんやっぱり嫌われちゃうかしら。正直に言って慰めてくれなくてもいい
You're
から。
surprised since some were heavy on the we will stay until it dies part. I mean, you know,
オイラにはおばあちゃん
respect the people who are ride or die. However, right, if you're an artist who relies on your art to make a living, then and you really don't or you just really don't want AI to potentially steal your shit, then yeah,
昔の儀式のことも
might want to have to prepare to move soon, or at least prepare for the worst and make a blue sky account first, just in case, right? You wanna prepare for all different scenarios, especially the worst ones.
私に怖いものなんてあると思う？でももしもこのチャンスをものにできなかったせいで
You also stick with Twitter for now. If it seems that a lot of the artists that like if I notice that like by going through once the Twitter AI shit goes through, or I guess maybe the guidelines are fully implemented, if after that if it feels like when I scroll through my Twitter timeline I'm seeing a lot less of the Coomer ass art that I'm used to seeing pop up in my Twitter timeline, then I'll go over to Blue Sky and check out art over there.
オイラたちにも理由はあるしな。例えば
It's not too big. It's not too big of a jump. At least not to me.
よーし、一緒に行きましょう。途中で引き返すのはなしだからね。
おう、安心しろ。オイラたちはプロの冒険者だからな。
そのプロ根性が大事よ。じゃあこれからあの子の記憶にこっそり潜り込むからね。すっごく後ろめたい気分。こうするしかない状況だったってこと君たちが証言してよね。準備はいい
Are we back to the Carrybert scene?
このところぐんぐん育ってるな。大きな大根になってくれよ。それからイファは君を場所ばかり取っていると言うけど、僕からしたら君は立派な木だ。そうだろ？
よう、オロロン、元気か？
おかんびおちさん、元気だよ。おじさんは？
相変わらずさ、また野菜たちに名前をつけてやってたのか。
いや、ただの世間話だよ。
He's a plant fucker.
それは面白い。で、野菜たちはなんて？
You hear Novelet might be rerunning next. You're not skipping Dragon Giga Chat this time.
野菜と果物を持たせてあげてねとも言われた。
This will be what his first rerun? Is it his first rerun or is it his second? I think he came out last year, right? So it's probably a second rerun.
お前の大根畑を荒らしちまったそうじゃないか。イファと喧嘩してないだろうな。
I'm sure he'd like corn just as much.
でもどんな手段
Well,
を使って
because
で
this
も
is
イファには謝ってもらう
since this is Natlan, it more accurately it would be a
おじ
maze,
さんの
but
分はもう包んであるよ。
same
どうぞ。
difference, I suppose.
本当に俺が来るって分かったのか？そりゃすごいな。
Maybe we'll all end up back on MySpace.
ねえ
Imagine
この人幻影の中に
the
道が見える
MySpace
というか
Renaissance.
じゃあ最近
Fucking
突然
20 years
出てきた
later,
あいつらを見たか？
MySpace is the social platform, the social media platform to be on
い
again.
や、見ていない。
That would be fucking hilarious. Time to revive my old middle school slash high school MySpace account.
人探しをしてたみたいだったが、誰も話しかける勇気がなくてな。見かけたら気をつけろよ。
I really have to shave my whiskers off. They're getting out of control again.
名園の主のもののようだな。なぜこんなところに一人で暮らす？
離れた場所で静かに暮らすのが好きだ。君がファデュイのお偉いさんか？
そう表現しても間違いではないな。人を探しているのだ。お前も耳にしたことがあるかもしれん。シトラリという人物だ。
Capitano is looking for a sit lolly, huh?
よそ者が一体なぜ？ああ、
Tom would be
聞いたこと
ecstatic.
はある。彼女に何か用か？
情報を隠そうとしているな。お前に聞いても仕方がなさそうだ。教えてくれる気はないのだろう？
見透かされている。こうも簡単に諦めるのか？待て、シトラリを探している理由を教えてくれ。
それは言えんな。自分のやり方で探させてもらう。
一体なぜ？まさかファデュイとばあちゃんの間に何か関わりでもあるのか？何か企んでいるのかもしれない。ついていって確かめないと。
Feels nice to just kick back and chill here after a day's work. Hey.
地脈の観察と探査をしながらばあちゃんの情報を集めているようだ。でもナタを信仰する意図はなさそうだな。
何も好転の兆しが見えない。エンジンは約束を守らなかったということだな。
大将様。
大した脅威ではない。気にするな。
僕がつけてきたのに気づきながら眼中にもないのか。あいつがとてつもなく強いということはわかる。でも何か常軌を逸した部分があるような。言葉では表せないが、ある種の共感さえ覚える。
どうした？
すみません。急にめまいが。
地脈が乱れたせいで外にいてはいけないものが未だうろついているらしいな。
待て、なぜ名園の主の武術を？しかも溢れ出した魂を地脈に送り返した。至難とも言える技をいとも簡単に。ばあちゃんを探している理由とも何か関係があるのか？
だいぶ良くなりました。ありがとうございます。
気にするな。引き続き情報を集める。常に警戒を怠る。
People, thanks for the second 100 bits, man.
ア
Appreciate
リ
it.
スはいつ襲ってくるかわからんからな。異常に気づいたら演習の通りに戦え。が、勝敗にこだわってはならない。情報伝達が優先だ。
はっ。ファデュイもアビスの力と戦っている。一体なぜ？もしかして最初から悪巧みなんてなかったのか？あれからずっと後をつけてるけど、あいつら僕のことなんてまるで眼中にない。大した自信だな。部下からは隊長と呼ばれているようだが、聞いたことのない名前だ。ここは競技場の近くだが、今日は一体何をするつもりだ？
二人は俺についてこい。 残りの者は計画通り待機だ。各隊に知らせろ。もし俺が目的を果たせなかった。
I assume this must be
すぐに撤退だ。
El Capitan on his way to duel with Mavuika
でも
the first time.
中にはエンジン様が。待てよ。まさかエンジン様に会いに来たのか。
隊長様、無礼を承知でもう一度確認させてください。本当に計画を実行されるのですか？
傍観は終わりだ。そろそろバトンを渡してもらわねばな。ナタに残された時間はそう長くない。
Why did you say why did you say Capitano in your own head too?
ためらいもなく競技場へ入っていった。一体何をするつもりだ。
Yeah, so yeah, it was the right before the fight.
このままでは勝負なんてつきそうもない。まだ戦い続けるつもりか。これは地脈の近くでも同じ気配がした。微弱だが魂が溢れ出している気配だ。だがどこから。ばあちゃんを探していたのはそのためか。あいつが死んだら手がかりが途絶えてしまう。止めないと。
まさかあのような目くらましが本当に役立つとはな。
どれだけ濃い霧だろうと、太陽が存在する限り昼が夜になることはない。あの方はできないのではなく、そうする気がなかっただけだろう。君に残された時間はもう長くないぞ。その上怪我まで負った。次はどう打って出るつもりだ。
お前の価値をもう一度検討すべきかもしれないな。ここから何かを聞いたのだろう。
無理するな。エンジンと張り合えたのは君が初めてだ。
Our conquest, yeah, I think we're about halfway through. We are definitely in pretty deep spoiler territory right now, though, so
後をつけられていることはとっくに
yeah,
分かってい
just
た
be
だろう。
warned.
なぜ手を打たなかった。
森の中を歩いていると野獣に遭遇することがあるが、どんな奴にも飛びかかってくる勇気があるわけではない。
だがその野獣に君は助けられた。
何が欲しい。
何かが欲しくて助けたわけではない。僕の魂は人よりも敏感だから、地脈が弱っているのはひしひしとわかる。エンジン様がど
I feel like the recent Star Rail survey was a question of whether or not we want a skip button.
ナタを救えるのか。
Well, until Mihoyo actually adds one that I would consider worthy of being called a skip button. Basically, I'll believe it when I see it.
君を助けるべきだと思った。
なるほど。隠し事が得意なだけではないらしい。だが、自分がどれほど無謀なことをしたかわかるか。
わかっている。もう後戻りはできない。君を助けたことで僕は窮地に立たされている。
Quest is pretty good. I've heard that 5.1 is pretty good. But then again, people said that 4.2, the end of the Archon, Fontaine Archon quest was also pretty good. It was okay. Could have been better.
俺の意見を聞くつもりは毛頭ないようだな。
今さらそんなことを言ったって手遅れだ。事の発端から教えてくれ。なぜシトラリを探している。彼女と知り合いなのか。
They just kept asking if you were actually reading the story or skipping it.
お前は誰だ。あの時の反応からして 彼女を知っているな。
シトラリは僕の家族で死でもある。先ほどの武術も彼女が教えてくれたものだ。だから僕は彼女を守る責任がある。
ほう、彼女を守りたいなら俺がエンジンの手で死んだ方が都合が良かったのではないのか。だがお前はそうしなかった。もっと分かりやすい説明が必要か。
僕はナタの現状を変えたいと思っている。自分の手で何か成し遂げたいんだ。君は相当な変わり者に見えるが、僕に道を示してくれそうな気もする。
変わり者か。名園の主に伝説のグラスバーバがいる。
Even the captain calls Sitlolly grandma.
大霊との意思疎通に最も長けた人物だとな。そして大霊は八神の国に関する多くの知識を持っている。
Grandma is universal. Hey Ronaldo over on YouTube, how's it going, man?
なぜ八神の国の知識が必要なんだ。
お前の知るべき範疇かどうか判断しかねる。
僕に命を助けられたことを忘れるな。
ファデュイが恩知らずな輩だとしたら。
人は嘘をつくが魂は違う。僕が感じ取った限り、君の魂はずっしりしていてまっすぐだ。
お前は確かに名園の主のものだ。請求に結論を出してしまったことを詫びよう。思っていたより有能なようだな。では行こう。お前が計画に参加するに足る器であるかどうか見せてみる。
Long ass fucking cutscene. Jesus fucking Christ.
試してみる価値はある。
ああ、ズタズタになった地脈を網を編む方法で守るのではなく、もっと根源から解決する方法。地脈の再構築か。
Finally, that's the end of the memory.
旅人、パイモン、大丈夫？
ちょっとクラクラするけど大丈夫だぞ。
平気平気。でも激おこよ。あの子ったらやっぱり昔のことを負い目みたいに思ってるのね。みんなに助けられて生きてきたからって恩返ししなきゃ
Stop
とか思って
playing
るんでしょ？
specifically for this reason.
それはただの
No
独りよが
fucking
りだ
skip
っていう
button.
のよ。ほんと意固地なんだから。そんなくだらない思い
At least I
込み
can
で
excuse
私のことが避け続け
this
て
memory segment
羽が生え揃ったからって
because it was
好き勝
actually
手できるとで
somewhat
も思ってる
interesting.
のかしら？そんな風に
Auron
育てた
colluding
覚
with
えなんてないわ。
El
二度
Capitano.
とあんな真似させないから。
二人とも頑固なところはさすが家族って感じだな。
それ褒めてるつもり？頑固さで言えばあの子は私の足元にも及ばないけどね。話を戻すけど、さっき聞いちゃったあれとんでもない話ね。
ああ、隊長のやつ地脈を再構築するとか言ってたぞ。本気なのか？でも再構築って一体どういう意味だ？運命の食器みたいなものか？それで本当にアビスの問題を解決できるのかな？
運命の食器？
説明するのはちょっと と難しいけど、カーンルイヤの装置なんだ。不思議な力があるらしいぞ。とにかく地脈がいじられたらナタのみんなが影響を受けるだろ。それってすごく大変なことなんじゃないか。
つまり隊長は最初から最後まで嘘はついてないってことね。オロルンの記憶もそれを証明してる。
なんで隊長はそこまでしてナタを救おうとしてくれてるんだ。とりあえずマービカに知らせないとだな。
うん、一刻も早くね。
Cool. Is that the end of this current Archon quest, or do we have like another segment after this? Oh yeah, there is another segment after this. Okay. It'd be kind of weird for us to just end there, or for the Archon quest to just kind of end there. Oh, God.
.情報提供。から知らせがあったわ。どうやらまた変数現れたようね。
120. Okay. 11 days left on Zealand's banner. Hopefully hopefully I can scrape together enough primo gems to get her in time.
.悪くない芽が出たわ。今日も引き続きサボりましょう。調子が良くなってから仕事を一気に終わらせるわよ。
In this game, skip buttons. In this game, perish the thought. Okay, chat. Shorter stream today, only 5.5 hours for today, but I think I'll wrap it up there. If I do, the next time I play mainly Genshin on stream, we'll probably finish up the rest of the Archon quest then. But I think I'll call it a stream there, because I'm getting kind of hungry. I want some food. So I want to go fix some food. Huh. Honoko streaming, and his stream title right now is They Buffed Geronimo. Really? Did they really buff Geronimo? Did the Mad Lads actually do it? What the fuck did they even buff about him anyway? But peace out. Alright, Finkelberry. Thanks for hanging out, man. And we'll catch you next time. Appreciate it. They buffed his quick buff target. It's now targetable with the 1-turn skill cooldown. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Let's see. Yeah, quick buff is still the same. It's still only for one turn. But he can now target it, and it additionally reduces their skill cooldown by 1. Is that? I guess the targetable quick buff is okay. It's okay, I guess. I suppose what that means is he is now a free-to-play 50% quick buffer, but it's only for one turn though. So how useful is that? How useful is that exactly? And does his one-turn skill cooldown, his one-turn CDR really impact anything? Does that actually have a like? Does that actually change any like quick farming teams or whatever? Only took 8 years, yeah. Right? Are there any other 3 stars CDR? I want to say no. Probably not. But like the more important thing is like, yeah, sure, he has a CDR now, and it's targetable too. But like, is that actually gonna come into play at all? Someone used it for a double Kazura drop farming team. Hilarious. Found it right there. Nice. Ex Naya, as expected. I just really wish they made it his quick buff 3 turn. Like I actually wouldn't have minded if they decided to quote buff Geronimo's quick buff by reducing its quick efficiency, like reducing it from a 50% buff down to just a 30%, but in exchange they make it a 3-turn buff instead of just for 1 turn. Then again, if they do that, I don't know how that would like work with its CDR effect, but the fact that Geronimo got a buff and Emi got another buff is kind of wild. I mean, I guess. I mean, it's like, yeah, cool, after all these years, Geronimo finally got buffed, but like looking at his quote buff, I'm not exactly impressed, you know? Like right now, I'm not seeing its like possible utility, I guess. Like it's not obvious to me how useful that's gonna be. Sure, yeah, that means that this means that Geronimo is now our first 3-star, so technically free-to-play character that has a CDR, and then he's probably our first free-to-play support who can give another character a 50% quick buff. But again, it's only for 1 turn. It's not like Scotty's or any of the other hell, it's not even like Shufu's, where at least Shufu gives the party what, like 20-30% arts buff for 3 turns. Maybe it's just 20% for 3 turns, but still. It's like current farming meta would really prefer like 3-turn effects over just 1 turn. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading this buff wrong. Maybe it's actually pretty pog and I just can't see it right now. But yeah, I mean, cool that they buffed one of his skills. Now let's see DW or TW Lazangle buff his other 2 skills now then. Anyways, Speaking of, since I mentioned Honaka in the beginning, let's go raid him. Send you guys over to a Honaka stream real quick. I don't know how long he's been streaming for, but I'll send you guys over his way so you guys can watch him fiddle around with the new buffs, I suppose. So, yeah. Take care, everybody. Thanks for hanging out in chat, and appreciate everybody stopping by. So, yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I should be streaming tomorrow. Yeah. I won't take Friday off. I'll probably take like either Saturday or Sunday off. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Tell Mr. Hanako I said what's up, and enjoy the rest of your Thursday night.